Hello everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, October the 22nd. We're going to start off our council meeting the way we always do with the singing of the national anthem. And I'm going to welcome up Abby, who's going to sing for us, and I'm going to do a little bio on her before she does. So Abby, welcome to the microphone. So Abby, let's see if we've got it right here. Kabaj?
Chabai. Chabai.
Chabai. Oh, I was close. Yeah, it's just like about as far off as I could have been. Chabai. I guess I should have asked that ahead of time, right, when we were talking. All right, so Abby Chabai. Abby's a dedicated singer and songwriter. She has many awards and accolades to her name, including first place at the Niagara Music Festival in 2019 for her rendition of Rise Up, first place at the Open Mic Canada competition at Italfest, finalist at the Ontario Singing Championships in 2024, semi-finalist at the CNE Rising Star competition for 2 years in a row. On top of all of this, she's performed her original song, Forgive and Forget, on Your TV Niagara's The Source and CHCH Morning Live. I also found out that she goes to Laura Secord. She's also a swimmer. She's going to be a lifeguard. And one of her beginning songs was the Disney song,
Let It Go.
Let It Go. So without further ado, are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right, Abby, let's do it.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Abby, I know you're here with your dad today, and I just want to say on behalf of all of us in Niagara Falls and at the City Council, we're grateful. You did an incredible job. Your rendition was beautiful. Makes us proud to be Canadian. Thank you again. That's awesome. All right, thank you. Well done. Now here's your chance. You can start the car and head for the exit, or you can hang out with us for the next few hours. Tough choice. Okay. Thank you very much. Well done. Great job. Next up, I'd like to invite former Chief R. Stacey Laforme, former Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani Gima, Chief R. Stacey Laforme, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Kimagwich Longpi.
Thank you, former Chief R. Stacey Laforme. So now we move down the agenda, and this is a special, unique time for us here, the swearing in of Councillor Chris Dabrowski. So I'm going to call on our clerk, Mr. Bill Matson, and he's going to take it from here. Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. As everyone knows, at the October 1st meeting of Council, Council did appoint Chris Dabrowski by way of a motion as per the Municipal Act. And just like it was done at the start of the term, during our inaugural meeting, all of the councillors swore their declaration of office, and that would be the last step in just making it official for Councillor Dabrowski. So he does have a copy of his declaration of office there, and in my role as a commissioner for taking affidavits, we'll have him sworn in, sign the declaration of office, and then I think he's eager to get down to business.
Thanks, Mr. Clerk. I, Christopher Dabrowski, having been appointed to the office of City Councillor in the municipality of Niagara Falls, do solemnly promise and declare that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability. I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or any improper manner. I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III. And I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously, believing it to be true and knowing that it is of the same force and effect as it is made under oath.
So sign your name right here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
I'll say
yeah, please, we'd love to.
through you,
Yeah,
but
no speech, but just a quick
no,
one.
but
yeah.
would like to thank my fellow members of council for entrusting me with this position and making that motion and seconding that motion unanimously. So I thank you for that. I look forward to serving my community once again. It's an absolute honor, and let's get to work.
Thank you. Welcome back. And Chris, I want to say on behalf of all of us, it's great to have you back. You know, you put in 4 years of service to the city, and now you got big shoes to fill with Councillor Thompson, former Mayor Thompson, stepping away from his duties, but I know that you're up for the task, and we look forward to having you back at the table. Look forward to all your wisdom, your smarts, and insight to help us guide the city. So thank you and welcome. All right, so next order of business is the adoption of the minutes from the October 1st meeting. Councillor Baldinelli and seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Do we have any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Okay, it looks like we're good. Everybody is clear. So we'll move along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, and I know Councillor Dabrowski missed this part more than anything. Yeah, or not. This is the mayor's reports and announcements. And again, as we just did, we welcome back Chris Dabrowski as our councillor, and it was interesting. Now he swears allegiance to the king. I think Councillor Pietrangelo pointed that out, you know, where before it was the queen and now it's the king. So kind of interesting. A little bit of trivia. Also like to wish a happy birthday in advance to Councillor Pietrangelo. His birthday is going to be Thursday, the 24th. So we wish you in advance for your birthday, 2 days away. We had no obituaries to announce. Events and announcements. The Millennium Trail OPG tree planting took place recently, and we were joined by all of the OPG people. And I was joined by Councillors Patel and Pietrangelo. The Blue Ocean Angels event took place, and these are, it's funny, my iPad is bouncing around doing some weird things. Excuse me 1 second, I was going to with you guys. You guys can tell me what's going on. These are bouncing around. I don't know. Agenda closed. Sorry. The Blue Ocean Angels event, and that is angels, they're investment angels where they come in and invest in entrepreneurs, and that was at our hub downtown, and we were there. I was joined by Councillor Patel, and I believe we had a number of regional councillors as well. That's Fred Davies, regional councillor, as well on the stage. Big turnout, and we had some very big entrepreneurs up here from the U.S., including the one gentleman who was part of the group that invented the zip drive, which is huge, and he was looking to invest in some of our local companies. So we're incubating some good companies and creating some great opportunities. Water for Life International Art Exhibition's 9th edition took place at the Exchange, and we had part of it in the, oh, thank you. And we had it at the Exchange and in the museum. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Newestag, and Patel as we celebrated water. Obviously, Niagara Falls has a little bit of water, and there you can see Antoine Gabert is the gentleman to my left. He's the gentleman that puts the show on, and we had some great artists from around the world. TD Tree Days. I was joined by Councillor Pietrangelo as we were planting trees down in the Lower Seacord Trail, and wow, what a enthusiastic group of people out there planting trees first thing in the morning. It was great to see. Everyone was so excited, and so great to be there with our partners from TD. Wayne Thompson, we had our big thank you, and I was joined that night by Councillors Patel, Lococo, Newestag, Baldinelli, Campbell, and Dabrowski, as there we were all standing in front of a photo of Wayne Thompson from back in the day. He thought he was 25 in that picture, and there he was. We presented him with a picture of a bobblehead. He's going to get a bobblehead and a certificate, and we gave him the key to the city, and as well, we're planting a tree in front of the Wayne Thompson building that will have his name on it. So it's a nice send-off, and thanking him for 50 years of public service as both a mayor and city councilor here at the city of Niagara Falls. So thank you, Wayne Thompson.
Your worship,
Yes, really
I'm going to really miss him.
Yeah, yeah. He used to like to click his pen. Yeah, during the meeting. All right, so now here's an exciting one. We've got our solicitor in the house here, Dancing with Easter Seals Stars event. And of course, there you see on the right, none other than Needy Punyarty, a dancer extraordinaire, dancing, and gosh, I hope we got some video. Did we upload any video or just pictures? Oh, okay. That was well done. Maybe we'll back up. I was joined there by Councillors Newestag and Patel, but that picture, I don't know, do we have other pictures of the dancing too, or just those two?
Yeah, just this.
Okay, well, let's, okay, so we'll go back to Needy. There we are. So there she was. She did a couple of numbers. She really knocked it out of the park. They raised a ton of money for Easter Seals children, and when you see these kids and what they go through, and when you hear the mother telling the story, and there's a couple of the kids, and when you hear their stories, their mothers saying it was so hard to get play days with these kids because other kids, don't really want to hang out with them because there's not a lot they can do together, and it cost $2,500 to take one kid to Easter Seals camp for 10 days, $2,500. So it's very expensive, cost prohibitive. The parents are crushed when they don't have friends to play with, and to hear them talk about Easter Seals camp, the kids, their faces light right up. They swim, their body becomes weightless, and they can do so many amazing things. So what an incredible cause to be a part of. And I just want to say how proud we were this year. I know last year we had Councillor Patel, and the year before that we had Councillor Strange with his tight pants. And we're just so grateful when people make the sacrifice, because I'm sure I'm going to ask Ms. Punyarty to say a few words, but it's a lot of work. It's months and months of practice. You're nervous, you're stressed, you don't want to screw up. There's hundreds of people in the audience watching you. It's a dream, something maybe you always want to do, but you don't want to screw up. And I want to just say, she knocked it out of the park. Big hand, our solicitor, Needy Punyarty. Thank you, Needy. So share with us your experience, Needy.
Well, thank you so much. This was just such like a humbling and wonderful experience, like nothing I've experienced before. I felt I was never alone in this journey. Like everyone was supporting me, donating, cheering me on since August, and I just kept practicing and practicing, trying to get the moves, and it happened, and we raised all that money, and I went to the camp as well, and it was really eye-opening to see like the actual zip lines for kids on wheelchairs, like taking them back and forth with the wheelchairs. And it was incredible to see like what this cause could accomplish for these children. So it was great.
Well, you knocked it out of the park. You made us proud, so congratulations. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Awesome. Thank you. We heard next year Chief Joe's going to be entering. I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll have to wait and see. Apparently he's got the moves like Mick Jagger, so we'll see. We'll find out. I'd like to thank Councillor Patel for representing the city at the Booster Juice grand opening. Also, we had some business happenings. We had the grand opening of Taco Bell on Montrose Road. So we have Taco Bell back in the community. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Uestag. We had the grand opening of the Niagara Falls Cat Cafe on Queen Street. That was really interesting because apparently these are quite popular in Europe. When you go in to eat, and then there's a separate area, by the way, it's separate, they're not on the tables, but where the cats are in there, you can go play with them, pet them, adopt them. Yeah, you don't bring your cat, you go there to play with cats. And there was people who were eating it up. And then they were saying, well, in Europe, the cats are loose and they're actually sitting on your table when you're eating, which was interesting. So very popular, and it's really caught on. A lot of people go out of their way. And I can't get over how many people stopped me and said, oh my gosh, I can't believe we have a cat cafe. I was like, I can't believe you know what it is. I didn't know it existed, but very popular, really nice people. And if you need to get your cat fix, it's a great place to have. They have kittens, cute little kittens. And so anyway, congratulations to the Cat Cafe. We had the United Family Martial Arts celebrating 25 years in our community. They're now in Chippewa. That's Jeremy Elliott, the gentleman with the beard who does this. And I can tell you firsthand, my son went there for a number of years, and the discipline that it teaches the kids, the respect it teaches. I remember my son couldn't even do one push-up when he started that. He couldn't do one. And now he's a beast. And I got to say, this was a great place for the kids to learn not just martial arts, but about being a good human being. And they learn all the important skills. So it's congratulations, Jeremy, 25 years. He's doing an amazing job. Booster Juice had their grand opening. I want to thank Councillor Patel and all the councillors who were there, Councillor Uestag and Pietrangelo. I came later. I couldn't make it at my time. And what a neat place. You go in there and they've got so many different drinks, nutritious, protein drinks, you know, like so many drinks with healthy. It's not what you think. Some people think you go for a slushie or a slush puppy. It's not like that. You go for nutritious fruit drinks, like I said, with whey protein added and all sorts of different products. So really neat place. They open, do they? What are they? I didn't know.
I go there at 7:30.
Oh, in the morning. Wow, that's great. On Lundy's Lane, right near Dorchester, right? Right by, in front of that. Johnny Rocco's, yeah, right? Yep, that's great. And there's a gym in the back. What is it called? F45. Yeah, F45. But they all come out there and people there at 5:30 in the morning going to that gym. It's crazy. We've got Chip and Charlie's had their annual chili cook-off as well. I don't know if we have any pictures of Chip and Charlie's. There's Dan Bowman and Adam Kane. And there's the winner. There's the champion with the best, Todd with the best chili in the house. And anyway, it was good. It was very good on the way in and the way out. It was very tasty. It was very hot. So we'll leave it there. Moving along, Massage Addict just celebrated their 3rd anniversary. They're booming. They're doing incredible. For anyone that likes to get massages on McLeod Road at Montrose Road, their business is booming, and they were talking about how successful they are. And the other thing that they said that is huge, their acupuncture. They've got a gentleman from China that does this acupuncture, and he says he could literally treat everything. He's so knowledgeable, and everything from anxiety to sleep disorders to pain to skin issues. Like he would literally, with acupuncture, and I did get to meet him, and takes his craft very seriously. Niagara Falls Animal Medical Center just celebrated 50 years in our community, and that's in the center. June Mergel, who used to operate it with Ron, her husband, and they continue on. They've been there now, I think, for 36 years in this location, but 50 altogether that the Niagara Falls Animal Medical Center has been there. And inside they had cats you could adopt, and they had gave us a little bit of a tour of the surgical room, but really congratulations to them. They said they're so busy since COVID. Everybody's got pets now, more than before, and they're really, really busy and very popular. And we had a triple event on Saturday. We had the grand opening of Layla Park Pizza in their food truck on Portage Road, and of course they're right next door to Norcini Meat Products, and there's the whole Norcini gang. And then right next to them is Hummingbird Coffee, who had their grand opening as well. So this is a real funky, neat place. I was joined by Councillor Patel, and they've got these coffees from Peru that they grind themselves, and people have been raving about the selection of coffee. You can also buy it, pods for your Keurig or your Nespresso, or you can get grinds there, or they've got some baked goods in the place as well. So Hummingbird Coffee, Layla Park Pizza, and Norcini side by side. And Norcini just celebrated their 3rd anniversary. And if you remember, that used to be the old KFC, Portage Road at the top of Vine Street. So congratulations to the gang down there, and we wish you lots of luck. Just a couple more things, just upcoming events. To remind you, Remembrance Day is coming up Monday, November the 11th. We'll be having our traditional ceremony at the Fairview Cemetery, 10:45. So we start 15 minutes early. Get there really early because we have a big turnout, and we have a lot of kids come from the schools with school buses. So typically, and then the day before or the week before, we also have the Chippewa one as well. So you may want to check your calendars. They have that one at the Chippewa Arena. But the main one in the city will be Monday, November the 11th at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at the Fairview Cemetery, 10:45, Monday, November 11th. And the big thing that Councillor Dabrowski started a long time ago, the Spooky Awards. So that continues on, and there's free outdoor Halloween-themed decorating contest, where obviously last year we had more than 50 properties participated. I know some of them, pardon me, 52? Over 52, and they stepped up their game. I noticed the one house on Montrose Road near Club Italia, they really spooked up that house. It's looking pretty scary. 9 awards go to the spookiest residents in 3 categories. Prizes include gift cards for $100. Registration is now closed, so that was yesterday, was the closing. You can still cast your vote for the People's Choice Award this weekend. So go online to niagarafalls.ca/spooky. And it's not a splash, it's a / spooky. Is there anything else anybody had to add to the Spooky Awards? No? Councillor? Yeah, Councillor Dabrowski.
It's amazing how many tourists from out of town or non-locals come into the city and view the map and drive around. Like people from Hamilton, I hear, from Toronto, Stony Creek, but I see even on my Facebook page or my social media, it was something that was designed back in 2019 for locals, but it's really taken on its own and become more of an attraction, not only for locals, but for tourists and people from out of town alike. So it's a nice compliment to the city where it's in between the Festival of Lights, and there's something for people to do that come into the city, whether it be to eat for an afternoon or for an evening, but visit the spooky map and you get to visit up to 50 homes, and people really do go all out. I find sometimes Halloween almost is bigger than Christmas when it comes to decorating and themed decorations as well. So anyway, good job to all the staff and the volunteers who take a lot of time and put a lot of effort into that event each year.
Yeah, well said, well said. And everyone participate, get involved. Our next city council meeting will be Tuesday, November the 12th. So everyone's invited to all the excitement. So moving along, deputations and presentations. Looks like our first presentation is from Jordan Sherlock, Executive Director of the Niagara Industrial Association. He's going to give us an update on industry in Niagara Falls. Mr. Sherlock, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Everyone hear me okay? I don't want to bend down too far.
Oh, yeah.
Testing. That's a good one. Good one. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council. Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Sherlock. I'm the Executive Director of the Niagara Industrial Association, or NIA for short, as we call it. Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to chat for the next few minutes about the NIA and our industrial sector here in Niagara. So the NIA is a 16-year-old grassroots not-for-profit whose mandate and mission is to represent Niagara's industrial sector. Our original formation was driven by the need to ensure that our sector remained relevant in the wake of a mass exodus of manufacturing back in the 90s and early 2000s. Currently, we represent a growing membership of nearly 300 businesses and are seeing an increased demand for our input and voice with multiple stakeholder groups across the region and province. I'm happy to report that the City of Niagara Falls alone accounts for about 45 of our members, with Post Foods and Science Co. joining most recently. I've got to work on that Science Coast spelling. That is a tongue twister every time I see it, but happy to have them as members, and we will continue to work on increasing these numbers by promoting the value of being part of our association. At NIA, we focus our efforts around 3 strategic areas as we serve to be a network, a resource, and an advocate in everything we do. We have 4 subcommittees that work hard to provide programming related to workforce development, business development, member engagement, and advocacy. I always like to present some sector statistics on industry and manufacturing here in Niagara to highlight the importance of our economic contribution. So very quickly, rapid fire, we have over 660 manufacturing firms, 22,000 plus minus people employed in manufacturing, 2.5 billion in nominal GDP, 7.3 billion in exports, over 23 million in square feet of total manufacturing area, with 812 million of investment of industrial building construction over the last 5 years alone. Roughly 80% of our industrial base is made up of existing businesses, with about 20% of the base coming from new. 84% of our industrial firms in Niagara have between 1 and 50 employees. We have less than a 1% industrial vacancy rate currently, and most of our industrial firms have an aging ownership group of over 55 years. So these numbers show that our sector is strong and continues to thrive, but it also highlights challenges and opportunities that face these firms. As Executive Director of the NIA, part of my role is to build strong relationships with our government partners so that we are able to jointly address these challenges and opportunities, focusing both on investment of new business, but also retention and expansion of our existing firms. So to highlight 5 current challenge areas for the industrial manufacturing sector, 1, a primary area of concern for membership at present is the ever-increasing cost of doing business. Post-COVID, we were hit with the realities of a severely set back supply chain, increases to freight costs, increases to prevailing wage rates, a push towards onshoring, as well as scarcity in our labor force, especially around the skilled trades. Number 2 is the fact that industry provides high-paying jobs. It also attracts young families to the community and increases our export development revenues. Additionally, industrial jobs have shown to create and support additional commercial spin-off employment opportunities due to the revenue created, with a job multiplier of well over 3. Having strong communities with wraparound services to accommodate families in these roles is critical. These include areas such as transportation, housing, and family services that can be challenging for employers to incorporate into their workforce infrastructure. 3, in general, our manufacturing sector is led by an aging workforce and ownership, many of which are multi-generational family businesses. Many of these businesses do not have a succession plan in place or are lured today by the attractiveness of selling valuable property assets as their retirement plan. This puts the future of our local supply chain and industrial ecosystem in jeopardy. 4, FDI, or foreign direct investment, is a strategy that is strongly supported by the region and looked at as a driver of economic growth. However, smaller businesses may view encroachment of large MNCs locating to the region as a threat to workforce poaching, a threat to increased taxes, and a threat to straining regional services. As new business lands in Niagara, we need to ensure that we're not forgetting about who is already here. And then finally, residential encroachment continues to be a divisive topic that stands to threaten some of our industrial communities. As the need for residential development continues to increase, we need to find ways to again mitigate any negative impact on manufacturers. This could include areas such as freight access, costly land development studies, or simply causing friction with residents. So how can our partners help? I'm often asked by partners at many levels, including government, how can we help? I kind of consider Niagara to be the final frontier when it comes to economic growth and expansion in Ontario as far as industrial expansion is concerned. By that I mean we're not only strong to begin with through our geography, our demography, and unique skill set, but we're largely all that's left when it comes to the 2 regions who have the means to suit industrial business growth in the province. We're being circled on the map more and more. I've seen some amazing things happen around the industrial and manufacturing sector here over the past couple of years, and at the core of this success are the partners and, frankly, the personalities. Our economic development partners are my outside salespeople as far as I'm concerned, and by working together, I believe we can achieve mutual economic benefit for our municipalities. A few comments to wrap up on how our municipal partners can help our industrial businesses. So number one is know your companies. And this sounds simple, but we do have a vast breadth of industrial businesses here that are kept up at night by varying challenges, and understanding these challenges is critical. Eliminating bottlenecks where possible. So I talked earlier about the fact that our business owners are generally great at running their businesses. However, they're not necessarily great at navigating the outside world in which they do business. Time is money, and anything that can be done to help push the planning process through, for example, with as few surprises as possible, will ensure that these businesses stay here for the long term. Recognizing the industrial sector as vital, the region has identified manufacturing as one of the top 4 core sectors in the region. For many years, however, we have been in the back seat behind other sectors when it comes to support and promotion. I encourage everyone to keep industry and manufacturing at the forefront of strategic planning activities as we move forward. CIP program. So the importance of incentives that help to mitigate cost and bottlenecks is key. Again, our owners don't always have the time or resources to properly make themselves aware of these programs, let alone take advantage of them. The NIA is here to help facilitate that, and I would strongly encourage the city to stay in touch with us on CIPs and partner on ways to channel those out to industry. I understand that Niagara Falls will be doing a CIP review next year, so that's great news. Development charges, we won't go into that too deeply. For a long time, favorable DC exemptions for industrial expansion specifically have been a competitive advantage for Niagara. As we're seeing growth and the need to improve infrastructure, however, many municipalities are reviewing their bylaws and bringing DCs back to the forefront. I understand that DCs are a way of life, and I would encourage municipalities to consider the multiplier impact of the manufacturing sector on the local economy, and how important it is to mitigate DC impact as much as possible through incentives, rebates, and other exemptions. More specifically, continued support of the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub. We just talked about the Blue Oceans event that happened a couple of weeks ago. We at the NIA have had an informal connection to Spark Niagara in years past, and have recently rekindled this relationship and are in the process of reviewing an MOU with the hub. I personally have toured the hub a couple of times recently, and am incredibly impressed with its growth and vision over the past couple of years. I now sit on the advisory council, and I'm happy to partner industry with the hub wherever possible and wherever it makes sense. We believe that these types of incubators are critical paths to innovation, especially in a region like Niagara, whose small businesses don't necessarily have the means to innovate at scale internally. I strongly encourage the city's ongoing support of the hub and applaud them for that. And finally, invest in land, and I have an exclamation mark at the end of this one. So there's a misnomer, I believe, in the industrial community today that there is no industrial land available in Niagara. I believe that's simply untrue, and I think what is meant by that comment is that there is land, but the land that is there is hard to access, it is hard to acquire, and it is hard to service. I'm aware that some municipalities have taken a strategic approach to acquiring lands and other assets that become available, and I applaud this strategy and think it helps to bring some of these hidden gems that are out there into the market, where accessibility becomes more of a reality through partnership and collaboration. Again, I've heard recent conversation about the city here acquiring some industrial land, so I applaud that approach and encourage more of it. I'll wrap up there and just finish by saying that manufacturing is alive and well in Niagara, and we have a very bright future. I thank you all for your time today, and please reach out to me directly anytime if you have any questions or input.
Thank you, Mr. Sherlock. Do we have any questions of council for our Executive Director of the NIA? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I don't know if I have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Sherlock, for your presentation. I guess I was going to make a couple comments, though. You talked about land, and yes, obviously we did acquire some land recently. I think it was just over 200 acres, right, Your Worship? Mm-hmm. And that's at the corner of Sodom Road and the Queen Elizabeth Way. I mean, we believe very strongly in the fact that municipalities need to own industrial land in order to use it as an attractor to businesses to come here. It's a much different story if land is zoned industrial, but yet it's in private hands as opposed to in public hands. So those are conversations that our Economic Development Department has with prospective businesses that want to come into Niagara Falls, and being able to have control over those industrial lands is very important to us, and that's why we took that extra step to go out and acquire as much land as we did. So we're hoping for very good things in the future. Your comment about encroachment on industrial areas is well taken. And so I guess I would have a question through you, Your Worship, to staff. And I know that we have, I guess, notification requirements whenever we're doing rezonings, OPAs, things of that nature. Typically, it's about 400 feet. But sometimes when we have a body that's interested in the applications, we can simply notify them. And, you know, perhaps the NIA should be notified whenever we're doing rezonings or OPAs that are in their area or that they have neighbors around them, so that they can become a commenting agency to that, Your Worship. Because sometimes that 400 feet doesn't really meet the threshold for an industry, especially depending on the classification of the industry. So maybe we can take that internally and then notify the NIA when, you know, when there's areas that come up for rezoning that would affect you. Okay.
So maybe we can find out, and now is that through planning or economic development, that notification will go to maybe our general manager of planning, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. Yeah, we can definitely do that. It'll take us a little bit of time because we do have to input it into our CityView software system, just the circulation notice. Right now, we just pick up those property owners. We'll have to make sure we have a flag in that system to notify the Industrial Association.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Patel, and then you, Estag.
To you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And myself and council, we all believe in industry in the city. We have to attract more industry, manufacturing job, because you need a job to buy a house. You don't need a home to get a job. So I'm a big believer that we have to have well-paying job. That's the only way our city can grow prosperous. And to that point, I think a while ago we talked about, I think Mr. CEO can clarify. I think we talked about designating from Lions Creek Road to the Southern Road the QEW corridor for employment lands, right? We did speak about that at the council.
Mr. CAO.
I can start and I can pass it over to Ms. Dolch. Surge isn't here, but that is an economic corridor, and we're looking at ways to enhance the protections of industrial land for that corridor to maintain the appropriate mix of industrial and or employment lands compared to residential lands. Because the push is a lot of people want to convert their employment lands to residential to upvalue it, and then people have challenges getting appropriate sized employment lands to it. So this council has attempted to support not having those conversions happen as frequently.
Thank you. So as you can see, we are all on the same page. So I think we can agree to everything. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sherlock, thank you very much for the presentation. You gave us an awful lot of information. I wouldn't mind if you could even... No, it was actually really informative. I think this is the first time we've heard all of that, and I wouldn't mind if you could pass that over to us, because it's very, very important. As to Councillor Patel said, industry is very important. You spoke from a regional perspective. Is there anything in Niagara Falls particular that you would say is a challenge? I know you gave us 5 challenges regionally. Is there anything in particular specific to Niagara Falls that we as councillors should be aware of that's a challenge to for industrial growth?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. Specifically, I think municipality by municipality, this is kind of the comment that I would maybe paintbrush across all 12 of our municipalities is just recognizing industry or the industrial sector as vital and taking actions based on that fact to make that one of the features. So, tourism, wine, food, that's been something regionally that we've focused on, and it's been, we've been the benefactor of extreme economic growth for that. We want industry to be in that same conversation, the same conversation as all of those things. Niagara Falls has a huge focus on tourism, obviously, and maybe not as large of an industrial sector per se as some of the other municipalities, but exactly what some of the other councillors have commented on is exactly what we need, which is shovel-ready land, or at least land that isn't going to go straight to some developer who's going to put up skyscrapers before we even know it exists. So using the NIA, I think, as a conduit to information Again, some of the other councillors have hit on a couple of things. Even the notifications with the rezoning, I know that seems to be probably, Niagara Falls is probably, one of the top ones where that seems to crop up, the rezoning encroachments, which is understandable. But the more our membership is aware of these things, the less surprises that crop up, the more they can prepare and plan, and especially on the cost side of things, have a good understanding of what's coming down the pike if they do wish to expand, or if we're going to see some residential development occurring close to them. They need to know what that means.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. You made a good point about working together, so maybe that's something, because I know in Niagara Falls, I go way back, and we used to have a huge manufacturing industry as part of it. So tourism was just one industry, and we had many others, and we've watched over the years that has changed. But maybe there can be more of a connection between your association and us as well, that maybe you can have regular reports to us so that we are, it's front and center for us. As I said, the other part, the CPI, or the CIPs, I should say, that as that's coming up in the next little bit, what are some of the top 3 things that you would say that we should be including in the CIPs to enhance or encourage manufacturing sector?
That's a tough one. I think anything that helps cash flow is going to be beneficial. I know some of the elements of the regional CIPs, the Gateway program, for example, are the incentives are great. The requirements are not necessarily the easiest things to achieve. So, things like plantings and beautification of the properties, charging stations and parking areas and things of that nature.
And the bus and the bike lane.
Yes.
I'm well aware of the Gateway thing. That doesn't make sense. Yeah.
So those are challenges, but again, as a paintbrush statement, I think anything that is going to mitigate the costs to small business to grow and expand is just going to be additional incentive for them to not look elsewhere. And I didn't say this in my talk, but something that when I've delegated or spoken to other councils, the information, to your point, Councillor, is critical for these folks, because there's not always an awareness of the numbers and how vital the sector is. So the more we can present that information back, the better. But really the cost of doing business for our manufacturers is a challenge. And when they can kind of, as companies grow and you have shareholder groups that can make strategic decisions, you're pulling out a map of the planet, not the region anymore, and saying, where is it most beneficial for us to land and expand? And the more we can have competitive advantage here, both in the region and in Niagara Falls, the more incentive we have for those folks to say, why would we go to Buffalo or to, again, pick a city on planet Earth. We want those incentives and those competitive advantages, and in fact, the region's 10-year economic strategic plan cited CIPs and specifically DC exemptions as a competitive advantage for manufacturing here in Niagara, and we want to make sure that it remains that way.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe that's something we should consider, that you're at the table when we are developing these CIPs, that I'm not sure who that gets addressed to, that we make sure that you have a voice, so that we're lining up with what we need to do to encourage and attract manufacturing.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
But thank you very much for your report. Lots of information and
thank you.
Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, if there's no further questions, look for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Newestag, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, and thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Mr. Sherlock.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, for anyone following along in the agenda, 5.2, Joe Szabo, member of the Seniors Advisory Committee, is here to make a presentation to Council.
Yes.
Welcome.
Actually, before I get started, I'd like to tie into the last gentleman. One of the problems he outlined was an aging workforce, and I'm here to talk about that.
You looking for a job?
No, but I'm going to be talking about having the city be age-friendly, which I think we already are, but in order to allow a workforce to age, if the city is more age-friendly, they can work longer, have a longer career. So I think that ties in beautifully. Thank you. So anyway, mayor, councilors, staff, and guests. The World Health Organization describes aging as the impact of and the accumulation of a wide variety of molecular and cellular damage over time. This is really inspirational stuff. And this leads to a gradual decrease in the physical and mental capacity, a growing risk of disease, and ultimately death. And the key word in that is gradual. And what you would like to do is stretch out that gradual, enable us aging people, and you're all aging, I hate to tell you. If we can stretch that out, and part of that is a lot that we can do just with our infrastructure and planning and so on. It didn't move. I'm supposed to be able to use the arrow to move it. Okay. All right, so as you were told, I'm a member of the Seniors Advisory Committee. Who are we? We're a group of people that, despite accumulating molecular and cellular damage with decreasing physical and mental capability and a growing risk of disease, we are not dead yet. So, okay. And this is us, the Seniors Advisory Committee. There's a picture of me up there. I'm Joe Szabo.
You look better in person.
This is the results of having an artist in the family. He can do realism art, so that's as close to realism as he could get for me. The World Health Organization, they have this program that you can designate your city as age-friendly. And why would we want to do that? In 1990, there were 95,000 people in the world who were 100 years or older. Right now, in the United States alone, there's 100,000 of them. By the year 2040, there will be 3.5 million 100-plus year olds. Another thing is, every child born this year and the children that are around now have a 50-50 chance of making it to 95. Wow. And when you talk about aging, as the gentleman did earlier, it's usually talked about as a problem. We're going to have health care crisis, we're going to have pension crisis, we're going to have long-term home care crisis. This is why you want to become age-friendly. And that word gradual decrease, what I mentioned before, is what we want to help make that more gradual. Here's the places in Niagara that are already age-friendly designated. You can see that we're not there. Not that that's a reason to do it. So I'm going to tell you now how we can do it. To do it, you have to pretty well do these 5 things. And the first one is to establish an advisory committee. Hey, you've got one. I'm here representing them. The second thing is to make a council resolution. That's what I'm here for, get you to do that. Establish a concrete plan of action. The last time our committee was here, they presented a strategic plan that you adopted. That's our action plan. So we've got that already. Then post the action plan. That's done already. That's on the city website. And then after that, we have to commit to measuring the activities. So we've practically got this. Why not get recognition for it? And this is the kind of thing that they can give you. There's these checklists that they give out. You don't have to read all these. This is for our committee, and we'll bring this kind of stuff to you. This is what the city should do to make the city more age-friendly. So this is a checklist for outdoor spaces and buildings. And there's a whole lot more checklists like that. And it's not that we have to meet all of these. We just have to look into them and try them if they work. So one of the things in the application, it's going to require a letter from the mayor. I've actually got on my computer other mayor letters, so if you want, and they actually said you can plagiarize all you want. And there's an application form, and I've just screen captured this application form. And this is only the first 3 items. It is quite a long application. So the item number 2 there that I've highlighted in yellow, we need a commitment from the mayor in the form of a letter. And the other thing is you have to designate someone from your staff, not from your seniors advisory committee, so you can't make it me. Not that I don't mind doing work for this, or I wouldn't have brought this here, but you need to designate one of your staff as the contact person for the World Health Organization. And I've only gone up to number 3. There's a whole lot more stuff. You have to do stuff like, say, what percentage of Niagara Falls is seniors, list a bunch of stuff that we've done to help age-friendly designation, and so on. So that's my proposal, that we do that, and you can ask me any questions you like about that.
Great, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Dabrowski.
I don't know if I have any questions, but through you to Joe, great presentation. I know this is a fairly new committee, and Councillor Campbell and myself were the representatives back in the last term, but it's a committee that didn't get the opportunity throughout COVID to meet regularly. Usually when you form a new committee, you'd meet once a month, you'd be very active. You didn't have that opportunity, so for the fact that you're coming here with this, and as you mentioned, Joe, we're practically there. Aside from a letter of support and designating a staff member, I think Niagara Falls is on its way to being an age-friendly community. I'd like to make that motion. I want to congratulate yourself and the committee for being as active as you have been through troubled times throughout COVID, and congratulations. And once hopefully I get a seconder and we can pass this motion, but if you can, Joan, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Niagara Senior News and Views is a program that again, that committee was instrumental in forming, but if maybe now that the public's watching, or you have a voice right now, maybe you can give an update as to how that show's doing and where people can tune in and what you cover as well. But thanks again.
Do you want me to respond right now?
Yeah, why don't we first get the motion on the floor?
Okay.
So I've got motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Newestag, and that is to support the recommendation, which, I'm sorry, my screen.
Well, the last page.
Yeah, it disappeared.
The application, there's 3 points that we have to cover.
Is it 3? Okay.
No, there's a whole lot more in the application itself.
But the main motion for today is that council support the submission of the application to the World Health Organization for the City of Niagara Falls to join the World Health Organization Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities, and that the mayor provide an official letter of support to become a designated city under the World Health Organization. So that's the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. And then now, yeah, by all means, go right ahead and update us.
Actually, our TV show is one of the kind of thing that makes us an age-friendly city. So that is something that's very helpful. We have Karen just left, who's our main host. I run the cameras. Otto back there, he often acts as a host. But we have very informative topics. Sometimes they're kind of depressing. We had the geriatric people from the hospital talk about this new hip fracture solution they have. So the very thing I was talking about, how, like when I was younger, if you thought that someone fell, they usually broke their hip, they went to the hospital, got pneumonia, and died. That's no longer the case. When I said that definition about aging, ultimately death, that can be put off, and these people can still live a productive life. So that's a typical guest we had. We just had, and I think it's playing right now, I interviewed the director of design and planning for the new hospital, and he told us all the things that on the TV show, what would be happening at this new hospital to help aging people and the aging and wellness department. We've always got all kinds of people that inform people how to age better. We're looking for more topics that are a little bit more cheerful. So I actually spoke to the person that was the father of the person that sang the anthem, and she was talking. He was going to suggest that her grandmother come on our show. She's 83, and she's still an active drummer, and that's the kind of thing. She is a drummer in a band, and she's going to be on our TV show, and we like to have more cheerful things, and it's all to get seniors out, stay more active, and give them hints and instructions on how to stay healthy while they're aging. And that will allow people in industry to keep, for example, workers who are older still working. Because a lot of older people want to feel relevant and important. You know, they used to be important. Like when I retired from my job, I keep saying I used to be important, and you know, so I think that's something that's very valuable for seniors to stay important to all of us.
Absolutely. I've got Councillor Newestag.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Joe and to the senior committee, I just want to thank you and applaud you for all the hard work. And to Councillor Dabrowski's point, it's been a short period of time, and the diligent and how hard you work. And this is a very hard-working group. You have a mission, and all of you just continue to meet all the objectives and keep going. And also thank you. This is another thing, being proud of our community and saying another one of something in our feather cap. Is that the expression? Feather in our cap. Yeah, feather in our cap. That we will have this recognition and what's the word? Here, I'm a senior too. It's a senior moment. No, recognition, whatever. For Niagara Falls, because we have a large aging population. We have a lot of people have moved to our community to see their last years out. So it's really important that we keep that. And also, as we're going through, we see these strategic pillars that we're always keeping front and foremost as all decisions are being made. Perhaps we can have that we're making sure that we're addressing everything that the accessibility, all the inclusion, all the points that we have for the WHO, that it's part of our the social sustainability, and actually all the other ones that we're making sure that we're adhering to, so that we're always making it an environment for seniors. But again, thank you for taking on this challenge to get us on the map. So looking forward to being recognized as a age-friendly community here.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank yourself, Wayne Campbell, and Mr. Dabrowski, who have been on our committee, and you have supported us. I'd say that our committee has really thrived because of people like you helping us. So, and we had a seniors month, and you supported us for that, and Ruth Ann actually gave the most highly attended talk at that seniors month. So wow. Congratulations to her. And it's typical. It was about funeral things, and a lot of people want to know about that. That is important. So we're doing our job. We're informing the seniors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we've got Councillor Lococo who'd also like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the Mayor to Joe, thank you so much for your presentation and all the work that you do. If you're not a Cogeco subscriber, is there any way for people to see your television shows?
Yeah, that's one of the things we're trying to work on. You can't see it on YouTube. They're very, what is it, proprietary, so you can't see it. And actually, where I live out in the Parkway, I can't get Cogeco, so I go to my dentist who has it, and our show is on Tuesday mornings at 11, so my dentist appointments are at Tuesday mornings at 11. I think if any of you has any ideas how we could make that more accessible to all seniors, not just Cogeco subscribers, that is something we think about. And I think it is a valuable service. Like, we've always got information for seniors, and actually for everybody about seniors, because, like I said, and you are all an example. A lot of you are seniors, and you're doing very valuable work. So there's an example. And the final thing I'd like to say to conclude this is that one advantage that older people have is they know what it's like to be young. But young people do not know what it's like to be old.
Well said.
Very good. Well, thank you so much. If we can't get to your dentist, I was wondering if our staff could maybe talk with Cogeco. I'm not quite sure how that would work with the proprietary, but if we can get those television sessions out to people so we can educate them and make them more aware, I think that would be wonderful.
Yeah, and I wonder too if Cogeco could not have it on their website, so when you can access because I know I watch your TV on Cogeco. I go on the website, so there's got to be ways that we can figure that out and maybe channel it back through our committee to the seniors group.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great. Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Strange, and was that to that point? Okay, not to that point. Okay, Councillor Strange.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Joe, for the presentation. And I think we do realize, like Councillor Newstake said, we're such a great community, and people want to move to Niagara Falls, and we are getting a lot of people who are now retired from different communities coming in to retire here, and they're spending their golden years. So I think it's so important that we do get this designation. And when you think about it, and you think about your grandparents and your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they were the wisest people you knew. They really were. And when you said, you used to be important, no, you're more important now than you ever been, and you're wise. And even talking about last council meeting, talking about a pool that we're closing. Now what do we do? And you think, and I'm thinking about, okay, we want to, make something so the kids can enjoy, like a splash pad, but we want to make the grandparents and the great-grandparents and the parents enjoy themselves. So a picnic table with shade so they can watch their kids. We want to make sure it's for all ages. And I think that's what's so important. And to be active. You got Eileen right there, who does Zumba classes all over Oaks Park and just does an amazing job to keep our elderly focused and healthy. We have a new hospital coming, which is just great, and that attracts older people because they know when their health is about everything. People are living longer now. Now it's like, make it age friendly. Now what can these elderly people do? And they are so wise. I just got one question. What would you, from your committee and like prioritize for the city, what you would like to see? What would be your number one if you had something that you would say, what we need more for age-friendly, for elderly is this in our community?
I think we do a lot already. The McBain Center, that was so wise of you to, when it went under as a Y, like whenever I go there, there's all the people doing pickleball and just having more of that, and it's an easy access center. I think if more people could do, the physical activities are one of the things that keep old people going. And so I think we need to have an emphasis on that. I don't know how our TV show could do that. We had one exercise show where we did chair exercises. Niagara College helped us with that. So I think the physical part of it, we had our seniors month, and that seems to be a real problem, and maybe Mr. Dabrowski with his experience with the Comic-Con. Like for some of the talks I arranged, I had a speaker who was the just retired director of psychology and neuroscience at McMaster give a talk, and he talked about, fear, people have fear of dementia and things like that. And he also gave another talk on sleep, how important that is to prevent the onset of dementia. And I had 22 people come to that talk. And he was still working. He drove from Hamilton, and he came here and gave the talk just after work. And to have such a small number of people take advantage of that, and I think the problem is how to get the word out, you know, and that's, I mean, for Comic-Con, they line up around the block there. How can we get that kind of thing? And we don't want old people lining up around the block, but if we can get the word out better, the people that did attend that were like scrambling. They went up to him after and said, how can I get copies of your presentation? You know, you don't even think of, these are world expert. This guy is a world expert at something, and to have only 20 people show up to his talk. When I called him up to invite him to come give the talk, he had just been back from Addis Ababa, and he was giving resident exams over, like, this is how big this guy was, and I felt really bad to have him come. And I think last time we made a presentation to your committee, you said we should have monthly talks. It would be great, but how do we get people to actually come to it? And the other thing is, we're old people that come to that, and the chairs are so hard to sit on. Can we have somewhere where the chairs are more comfortable when we give talks or have talks?
Well, that's so important, and we appreciate that. And I know a lot of older people sometimes don't use it. We can say, oh, let's put it on social media, but a lot of them just like, they're like old-fashioned. They're like in writing right in front of them or something like that. So, you know, maybe we can put part of our newsletter or something like that, or something when we send something out on behalf of council. Maybe we can link it to some of this. What he's talking about would be amazing.
Yep, so we can definitely do that. Well, staff are taking notes. Thank you for that, Councillor. I've got Councillor Patel and Councillor Dabrowski.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Joe, for the presentation. I have been on the show, actually. I know I'm not senior, but I have been on the show. And it's actually a really great show. We actually had a great conversation, and we opened up different subjects. Ruth and myself were there together. So I think you're doing a really good with the show. And I have watched a few shows myself, and they're a really good show. I think all you need is more variety of keeping people engaged, like different varieties, even we can have Eileen teaching people Zumba online. No, it's true. You need that different variety. Somebody teaching somebody yoga. I think if you can put all that together on the show, it becomes more interesting. So thank you very much for coming. And if you need any support from our council, just come by and let us know, and we're there to help you. Thank you.
Remember, councillors, we're asking questions. Just to remind everybody, when we have the speaker, there's about questions. Go ahead.
I do want to, through you, I do want to backpedal just quickly, and I'm getting excited here. It's like a brainstorming session. It's turning into a committee meeting, so let's not let that happen. Just quickly, COGCO, I think one of the reasons maybe they keep it only on TV is they have a certain allocation of content that they have to keep on TV to drive viewership. So if they put it online, it doesn't drive viewership on the actual public or the cable channel. However, and I'm not on the committee, but I'll just give you the quick idea. But Niagara College has a film and broadcasting program, and I'm sure the students would be up to helping you. You already have the content in place, and once you're done filming with COGCO, maybe you work with the college, and that way you can actually put it online through YouTube or Facebook or TikTok or Instagram, whatever the case may be. That'll help generate traffic to that page, and then that'll help your marketability through the seniors within the community. But happy to sit in on the next committee meeting just to offer some insight, but would happy to get involved and help you generate more traffic to those talks and conferences and whatever else your committee's working on. But thank you, and look forward to working with you guys together.
All right, well, I think we've exhausted this one. Joe, thank you for coming out, and I think my big takeaway was when you're older, you know what it's like to be young, but younger, you don't know what it's like to be old. I think that was the most impactful statement of all. And the other one I used to love, my old neighbor Joe Thompson used to say, better to wear out than to rust out. That was the other one, so that one resonates with me as well. So thank you on behalf of all of us. We appreciate you being here and all that you do on the committee for all the seniors. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I'm going to ask, thank you very much. I'm going to ask our clerk, Mr. Matson, to introduce the next item on the agenda. Thanks, Eileen.
Right, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 2 9-story apartment buildings with 50 residential units at 7230 Lundy's Lane. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on October 2nd, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now ask Chris Room, our Planner 2, to provide an overview of the report PBD 2024-45. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council staff and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2024-021 for 7230 Lundy's Lane. It doesn't work. This application proposes to redesignate and rezone the subject lands to a special policy area in a site-specific tourist commercial zone to permit the construction of 2 9-story apartment buildings consisting of 50 total residential units. The application proposes a total density of 63.53 units per hectare. The lands are designated tourist commercial, residential, and environmental conservation in the city's official plan and are within the Lundy's Lane Satellite District. The application does not conform to the required 75 to 100 units per hectare, and as such, the official plan amendment is required. The lands are zoned tourist commercial and prestige industrial in accordance with the zoning bylaw. The lands are located on the south side of Lundy's Lane, east of the QEW, and are currently vacant. The surrounding uses include commercial and residential uses to the north and a residential use to the west, the hydro corridor to the east, and then its vacant land to the south. This slide illustrates the site plan showing the proposed layout. The proposal includes 2 residential buildings that include a step-back podium design and provides pedestrian connections to Lundy's Lane as well as the Millennium Trail. The parking lot is located between the 2 structures and has exceeded the parking requirement, providing 73 parking spaces. A few departures to the zoning bylaw have been requested to facilitate the development, including permitting a maximum height of 29 meters, a rear yard setback of 0.69 meters, and an encroachment into the rear yard of 4.05 meters for open balconies. For this development, the rear yard will be considered as the distance from the rear of the building, to the marked 10-meter woodlot buffer. This is in anticipation of a future severance along the woodlot buffer that would effectively act as the rear lot line should that application be approved in the future. A public information open house was held on September 3rd and was not attended by any members of the public. Additionally, staff have not received any written correspondence to date. In conclusion, staff recommend that council receive the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate the lands to a special policy area and rezone the lands to a site-specific tourist commercial zone to permit the construction of 2 9-story apartment dwellings for information. This concludes the staff presentation for this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions of council. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to our staff. A couple of questions. This report is a little bit different because it's received for information. It says that there's no recommendation until staff have more information. When will this come back to council with the information that's required?
Through the mayor, it's intended that it'll be coming back at the next council meeting on November 12th.
Okay, thank you. And because it's coming back, is this an incomplete application? Have we met our deadlines on it per the provincial guidelines that we're supposed to meet?
Through the mayor, technically the November 12th deadline, the November 12th meeting would put it a couple days past the required 120-day deadline. It's our intention to make up for that slightly by bringing the bylaw and the recommendation report on the same night.
Okay, thank you. And just on top of that, could the developer take it to the OLT for a non-decision if we don't meet the
Through the mayor,
guidelines?
technically, yes. Strategically, I don't know if it would make sense to do that as the applicant, because you're just prolonging your application by probably a couple months, so.
On
Okay.
that, we're going to ask our GM of planning to weigh in as well. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Dole?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to kind of speak to that point a bit. We've been working with the developer on this application, and so rather than coming forward with a holding zone provision, we've been working through some of the issues to try to resolve it. So it's something we worked on together to kind of just hold off to see if we can get some of the issues resolved before bringing it back to you for recommendation.
Great, thank you. And my last question, I see that it says we've already met the city targets for affordable housing, so they're not required in this one. And I'd like to know if we are meeting them, why wouldn't we put more affordable housing in? We need more affordable housing. Why doesn't this development have affordable housing?
Through the mayor, yeah, so that was something that in the original PJR we requested a little bit further sort of beefing up. And they have indicated that because, you know, the city had met in Q2, it was looking that we were about to meet we're on pace to meet our affordable housing targets, that it wouldn't be required for this project. So that's their justification in the PJR. It's something that we are comfortable supporting. Whether or not you'd like to discuss with the applicant further, then I'm sure that would be a discussion would have to be had there.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at these. Are these renditions accurate?
Through the mayor, I believe so. Yeah, sometimes they do change a little bit when it gets to the site plan stage. It's when you get to a bit more of the technical stuff, but yeah, for the most part, yes.
Yeah, and they look very nice. But how do you justify there's only 25 units in each one? I mean, looking at 9 stories, 25 units in each building?
Through the mayor, are you saying that it's a bit low, or should it be more?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just looking at the picture. I would say, if I counted windows, I would say it looks like there's 16 across. And, so that's why I'm asking, is this actually what it's going to look like? And are there going to be multiple floors per unit, or?
Through the mayor, so it's my understanding that there won't be multiple floors per unit, and that the floor plans they haven't been solidified yet by the applicant. That being said, they have indicated in their PJR that the units are intended to be larger to accommodate for multifamily units. Right. That way they can sort of contribute to their affordability goals in that sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Not a question, Your Worship, but perhaps through you to Mr. Room. Thanks for the presentation. The only comment I have is from the Lundy's Lane BIA. I sit on there as their representative, and I don't think that they were notified. Not to say that they have a hang-up with the application, but just in the future, if we're dealing with, again, rezonings, ZBLAs, OPAs, things of that nature, they do want to be included in that process at an early stage. They have certain criteria that they've adopted in terms of design, streetscaping, all those factors. So they wouldn't mind being part of it in advance. So I leave that to staff, and perhaps you can implement, I guess, some type of protocol so that they're notified when these applications come in.
Right. Okay. Through the mayor, I can actually answer that. So we did get notification, I think it was today or yesterday, about us not circulating them, which was just an error on our end. We are working with our manager our new manager of current development to create a new standards of procedure for circulating applications, so hopefully this doesn't happen again in the future.
Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Is there anyone here, Mr. Clerk, who's registered to speak to this matter?
Yes, Your Worship. We had one member of the public, Mr. Burdett, who had registered to speak.
Okay. Mr. Burdette, if you'd like to step up and introduce yourself.
My name is Jody Burdette, and I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. The two councillors asked almost every question that I had a concern about, and in general, I approved the project. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here, other than the applicant, who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. So if you could just introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is William Heikoop. I'm the planning manager at Upper Canada Consultants. I'm representing the owner of these subject lands, an Ontario Limited Company. I believe along with me via Zoom is Italia Gilberti, my client's legal representative. She may assist in answering some questions if needed. As indicated, we're here tonight for the combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the 7230 Lundy's Lane property. The subject lands subject to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application are highlighted here on the aerial image. The property is 0.787 hectares, or about just under 2 acres in size, and has 64 meters of frontage along Lundy's Lane. They're located on the south side of Lundy's Lane and are within the defined urban boundary, and existing urban land uses surround the property. To the north, we have the existing commercial uses along Lundy's Lane, with further residential uses to the north. To the east, we have the Millennium Trail directly abutting the property, with the hydro canal a little bit further on. To the south, we have the remainder of the property, which is currently vacant and subject to future development sometime down the road. And directly to the west, we have the former Days Inn, now a residential apartment building, with the QEW just beyond that. The proposal is to construct 2 9-story buildings consisting of 25 dwelling units each, for a total of 50 dwelling units. Here you can see the parking lot in the center area, consisting of 73 parking spaces, exceeding the city's parking requirements. They're accessed through the existing stoplight at Lundy's Lane, and will propose to continue to use that existing access. The site design and building locations have been done in a manner to enhance the private and public pedestrian realm by placing the buildings up at the Lundy's Lane frontage, and by providing pedestrian sidewalk connections to Lundy's Lane and the Millennium Trail in several locations. The parking area has been specifically located between the 2 buildings, positioning it away from Lundy's Lane and keeping it less visible from the main street frontage. Here you can see the official plan amendment schedule. As indicated, the official plan is required to adjust the density differential between the front and back portions, proposing the 63 units per hectare. Similarly, we have a zoning bylaw amendment schedule that also implements standalone residential uses on Part 1, the tourist commercial zoned area. We are asking for a slight reduction in the rear yard setback for Part 2 on the south side, to allow for a future severance to happen, going from 10 meters to 9.84 meters. And we're looking for the increased building height for the 9-story in height, and we are looking for some larger balcony spaces at 4 meters in depth. Here you can see the proposed designs of the buildings. Both include a very aesthetically desirable design. There are some minor differences between the 2 buildings, however, they are complementary in design. It will include a variety of facade materials, windows, and balconies. As you can see on the image on the right-hand side, the design does include step backs at the 3rd story and again at the 6th story, These setbacks will reduce the building massing and provide an opening at the street front presence. As indicated by Chris, the proposed building designs are preliminary at this time, and through the site plan process, we will be finalizing the interior layouts. To the points previously raised, the intention of this design is to facilitate more of a multi-generational type of building that has a range of unit sizes. So traditionally, apartment buildings have 1 or 2 bedrooms. In this instance, we're looking at having up to 4 or 5 bedrooms in some of the units, which will allow for some of those affordability components to have downward pressure on the rental price. Along with the application, there are a number of studies and reports prepared. You can see the list of them here, including an archaeological assessment, environmental impact study, environmental site assessment, functional servicing report and stormwater plan, noise feasibility study, tree inventory and preservation plan, and a planning justification report. So that concludes my presentation. In summary, we have an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 2 9-story buildings consisting of 25 units. And I'm certainly here for any questions should you have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First up, we've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to our speaker, although we've already talked about the not requiring the affordable housing unit, would the developer consider the affordable housing in there? Because we have a target of 40%, and throughout the year we attribute 40% affordability, and now we're saying we hit it. That might not come to fruition when they're actually built. We are in a housing crisis. We do need affordable housing. Would the developer consider that, even though it's not required?
I can certainly take it back to them and ask the question. To date, they've indicated to me that they're having a hard time nailing down an exact price point based on the multi-generational style of units that we have with more bedrooms. It's not something that there's a lot of market comparables on. So there's a lot of unknowns associated with this newer style of building. At this point, they will be a rental building. So that will be for market values when the units come available. But like I said, I can certainly take it back to them and see if there's some opportunities there.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to the speaker, even if we're not looking at the multi-generational ones, if we're just looking at 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, if we could look at that. And I will have more questions when the report comes back on November 12th. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newesteg.
Thank you, Your Mayor. And I just want to make a comment that this multi-bedroom approach is so important. I hear from residents all the time. It's one thing to rent, but everything that's out in the market right now is 1 or 2 bedrooms. So this is very unique and very well needed, definitely a demand. And I think when we're speaking about affordability for housing, it can be broken down into all different types of fractions. It's not just the actual dollar amount. So I think we need to pay attention to that as well, that having 5 bedrooms where somebody who has a family and needs 5 bedrooms can't afford a home. That's generally where you're going to find the 5 bedrooms, but can do so this way as well. So affordability comes in different forms, and I think you might be addressing it in a unique way. So I thank you for the presentation. It was very informative, and I'm looking forward to the real application coming to council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. It is a beautiful development, and I really like this unique concept of multi-generation home, because when you have multi-generation home, that's multi-level. And when you have parents and grandparents living with you, they have mobility issues. They can't climb up and down, especially with the stacked townhomes. So this is a unique concept. And nowadays, lots of newcomers and lots of ethnicity do have that multi-generation tradition living together, multi-generation living together. So I think it's a really unique concept. It's kind of like a missing middle. That's what we're looking at. So thank you very much. And I really like the parkings too. It's about 1.5 car parking per unit. So it's great to see something different. So thank you.
Yeah, I think if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think a large component of the city's policies and the way that they look at affordable housing is specifically on the price point. But the intention here is to, like you said, Councillor Patel, to have the opportunity for 2 or 3 incomes to supplement that rental price. So when you look at it on a unit-to-unit basis, yes, it's a market value, but when you're able to have multiple incomes supporting that, it makes it a lot more viable. And when you look at the comparables in the marketplace, when you're otherwise into a 4 or 5 story bedroom house, the price for that is going to be much, much higher. So that's, while we're not meeting the true definition of affordable in that, we are hoping to come in a price point that makes something of that size easier for the market to have.
Any other questions of council? And I'd add my voice to that as well. For multi-generational, it's not a straight line. And when you can live with other people in the house, sometimes older people can help with the daycare and the babysitting, and younger people can take care of the older people. So it's the traditional way it used to be a long time ago, before we had our own houses. Newest tags, right? Blank moment. I had one of those seniors moments. Second by Councillor Campbell. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, I understand we are about to go in camera. Is that right? Am I right on that?
Next on the agenda is the pass the resolution to go in camera. We do have a delegation request, though it is unusual, but it's not against procedure, where Mr. Burdette does want to make a delegation about the in-camera session. So he would be afforded up to 5 minutes to make that delegation.
Okay, Mr. Burdette, if you'd like to step up to the mic and introduce yourself again, and you'll have 5 minutes. I don't see, do we have it on the screen? Clock it, I don't see it there. Okay.
Okay, what I want to bring to council's attention is that I believe it's common that someone as myself, a resident, can delegate to anything that's on the agenda.
Sorry.
Whether it's approved or not, I still have the right to request it. I've noticed in the past that sometimes you guys do certain things in camera, and the result of it results in something being put on the agenda. Okay, it was brought to light when you guys, and I was in the gallery when you did it too, that you went into camera and then you came out and you made the resolution to appoint the new councillor. Okay, through that process, you came out, you made a motion that actually put that on the agenda. Okay, at that point, someone should have been entitled to delegate to that item on the agenda. There was no means to do that. I didn't feel it appropriate that I could stand up and say anything in front of council. I don't think that's a procedure that someone can do. So what I'm bringing forward, okay, and when you made it an issue on the agenda, that made it available to be delegated to, and that's where I got the issue of I didn't know how to do that, and that's what I was just asking. Mm-hmm. If the clerk has just explained that I could just randomly request to speak to anything that occurs in camera after you come out and it gets put on the agenda, I'm fine with that. It's just I would be concerned that he would just dismiss that request the moment I asked him that.
We'll go back to the clerk for a response.
Well, I think you're putting words in my mouth there.
I didn't mean to.
That I would randomly suggest that you could delegate on anything on the agenda that comes out of in camera. I just want you to keep in mind that what's discussed in camera is up to this council, and what they choose to ratify out here is up to this council. It's not necessarily up to yourself to comment on that. Again, I think we're getting into a debate here. I don't think I have anything further to add than what I've already discussed.
Then I think I could make it very simple. With the events that did occur, how could I have delegated to that resolution?
Okay, that's a fair question. Pardon me? Okay, so there's a suggestion from our staff that they'll take this under review.
Okay.
And then this way they can give a little bit of thought to it, and we can come back with a response and maybe get that back to you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Clerk, are we looking then to go in camera?
For a motion for the resolution.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion for a resolution to go in camera. We've got motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, and we'll now go in camera, and we'll come
5, 4, 3.
All right, welcome back. We just completed our brief in-camera meeting, but we're now back out in open session, and we will a little bit later in the agenda be rising and reporting. So now we go to reports part of the agenda. 8.1, there's a report here that council receives this report for information regarding CityView software implementation. Motion to receive, motion by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Pardon me? Do you, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a, wow, okay.
But you have to receive the report anyways.
Okay, we do have to, so we'll do it backwards. We're doing things backwards tonight. So why don't we get that presentation, that CityView presentation? And you know what? It's probably great so council realizes this new tool that we have.
Yeah.
It's very useful. I can tell you our planning staff have been working on it. Our development community love it. And it's a way that we deliver much better customer service where if they're wondering where they're at in the application process, they can find out on their own. So we've got our general manager of planning, Ms. Dolch, who's going to explain it to us. So Ms. Dolch, floor is yours.
Thank you. And I have with me here today Danielle Foley, who's been instrumental in the latter half of the CityView software program that we've been implementing. So thank you, Mayor and Council, members of the public. We're here today to discuss and demonstrate what the CityView software is capable of. We did launch phase 1 of the program, which was building and planning. We do have a phase 2 that'll be implemented, which will be bylaw and licensing. But right now, we're just going to speak about phase 1 today. Sorry. I don't do this often, so okay. So here's the agenda. I'll try to keep it as brief as I can because I know we all probably want to get home by now, so I'll try to speed through this pretty quick. So what was the vision of CityView? The vision of CityView was really how do we get from, as Jason would like to say, 1980 to the 21st century. I'm just kidding on that, but generally what the goal was we wanted to create a kind of a customer interface to make sure people could find out information online if they needed to, do things online, apply online, do all the things that other municipalities were starting to do. We also wanted to make sure there was a tool so that we could track and see where bottlenecks were, and we could make improvements in the system. So why go from paper to online? Again, there's kind of 4 key elements to improve efficiency, was the biggest one. And it would allow mobile inspection, digital drawing review, collaboration between departments, also enhanced data management. And what this does is that all departments, so all development departments can actually see comments come in all at the same time. They can see them, make sure they're making appropriate decisions when they're issuing their comments. So it's kind of providing that one-stop shop for everybody to see that information. Public self-serve, again, submit all the applications online, building permit and planning applications, make payments online, monitor your planning and building permit applications online as well. And then lastly, 4 is workflow optimization. And this empowers management to see real-time insights into work volumes, determine staff resource allocations and timelines. It also allows you to look at bottlenecks and allocate resources efficiently. So what is CityView? You can see here, this is the CityView online portal. So this is what the public sees. CityView is a software, and it allows you to submit, as I said, online, and it's not just 8:30 to 4:30 at the counter. You can submit anytime, 24/7, and we'd get your application. So CityView has 3 components: a portal, which is what the public sees, and that's for submitting their applications, as I said, online. Workspace, which is the process, the step-by-step guides to allow staff to process an application. It generates to-do lists, NAG systems for staff, issues due dates based on the steps in the process, and there's a dashboard component to it as well for management and reporting structure to it. So we can report on, for example, how many inspections are happening per day per inspector. So we can tell all those metrics just with kind of a click of a button. Mobile, it allows you to do inspections, check the CityView information online, upload photos, upload your notes all online, and feed right into the system live on site. So you don't have to come back anymore, type up your notes, do all that, so it is a bit of a cost saving there. So I'll try to run through this quick. It was a long implementation. We did start in April of 2023. We launched December 18th of 2023. And then we've been in kind of tweaking mode since then. We have met with home builders and other people along the way as well to get their feedback. So obviously it starts with planning and preparation, picking the right software provider, doing all that. Configuration was long with workbooks, testing. We did pilot testing, and I'm trying to rush through this for you guys. Pilot testing, where we would test the model and then it came back. I will tell you, because of the streamline funding, we had to rush a lot of this. So streamline funding was, there was a deadline of December to get this up and running, so we did have to rush some of this. We didn't have a full testing environment, so we had to kind of launch without that full round of testing, but we did clean up on the back end. So training and development, we created training videos for staff that we issued as part of the training that happened with CityView, and then we launched into full-scale implementation. Full-scale implementation, and then that was, like I said, December 18th. Then we went to feedback and evaluation, and we started doing manuals and further videos at this point, because as we kept testing and feedback came in, we're now on version 12 of CityView. So we've just finalized videos that Danielle's been working on diligently, and staff resource guides that are all now complete, because we're kind of nearing the end of our program. So what are the challenges and outcomes we encountered? And this is more lessons learned. We did lose 2 CityView project managers during the implementation launch, so that didn't help. We also lost the project lead in our building department, who was leading this program at the beginning, as well as a number of building staff that were key to the initial launch, like the initial program. The other big issue we had is everybody did this program while they also did their day-to-day work every day. So it was tough to manage both for a while, so I did have a lot of staff burnout during this period. And then we did get a lot of resistance to change. I don't know how many times I can tell you I heard that's not the way we do it here. So it did take a lot, but I do commend my staff for making that change. Data migration issues, we had a little bit of data migration issues, but they were easy to clean up. And training gaps, everybody's knowledge of software is different. Some people are still paper-based, others have a lot of software experience. So you could see a bit of a training gap where you had to provide some with more information and education than others. So now we're on to the portal section. So Danielle's just kind of going to run through a quick demo, won't take too long, on portal, workspace, and mobile.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, I'll try and keep this brief, and I'm hoping my timing's okay because I filmed these and I think they're a little quick, so bear with me if I'm talking really fast. But yeah, thank you, Grant. So as Kira mentioned earlier, this is Portal, which is where the public comes to use CityView. So this is a walkthrough of submitting a building application. So for an addition permit, you would select that from the drop-down menu, and various information requirements will populate based on the type of application that you can fill out. So the same here for a planning application, depending on what you click. All of these auto-populated questions generate, which used to be on our application forms. So it's kind of streamlined that process altogether. And then this is the submittal page, which is where applicants can come in and upload documents against specific submittal items. So for example, where a site plan is required, that'll be listed here. You can come in, click browse, select your site plan from your computer and hit upload. So everything is organized in the system based on the type of document. So that's for both planning and building applications, and those fully auto-populate for the specific application type. So I don't know if my video cut out there maybe, but so that's kind of the portal side, and that's how applicants submit. And then also through portal, that's where applicants can pay fees. So once an application is submitted, on our side we have 2 days to verify those documents, and then we'll push the fee to the applicant. They can come in, see that on their portal side, pay it all online if they want to, and then the application can go from there. So along with that, in portal you can also check the status of your application at any point in the application phase. You can go in and see where it is, all correspondence related to it that's been sent. So it's a one-stop for applicants to go in and see everything related. And then I think, Grant, maybe next slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, and I will mention that with Portal, we do have a number of walkthrough videos on our website. So we have videos for how to register for Portal, how to submit a planning application, a building application, and then my workspace one is going. But yeah, I was like, thank you, Kira. We should have done our walkthrough demo before. Here. I'll pause that for a sec. But yeah, so this is Workspace, which is what the staff side of CityView looks like for us. So all of those applications come in here, and this is the central dashboard where the daily to-do list is generated based on activities as well as auto-populated due dates that we've built into the system. So it looks like this. This is our test version. So there's a number of charts and graphs that managers can use to see timelines based on descriptions, such as the average business days for a permit to be issued or the number of open planning applications by planner. So here, managers can also run reports, such as how many inspections by type were done on a day on average by each inspector. So all of this information we can pull super quickly from the system and see it here. So it's super useful. Our managers can also use this to assign work loads based on our staff's workload, depending on how many activities they have assigned to them. So it's a super great centralized system. All right. And then CityView Mobile is accessing CityView from your mobile phone. So our largest user base is currently building inspectors. So right now when they're out on the field, they can log in, as you see here, and they can access their to-do list. They can look up properties, permit applications, planning applications. They can see contact information for contractors. They can view all their inspections that they have scheduled or upcoming. And then they can go in and, as Kira mentioned, input the notes while they're out on the field for that inspection rather than having to go back and do it in the office. So everything is fully automated online. And you can also see if a permit was issued or not, if there's permit conditions, fees, any alerts on contacts, things like that are all available in this mobile format. And yeah, I think that's about it, Kira.
Yeah, jump back in. So, and if anybody wants to watch additional videos, especially on the portal side, we do have them available on the website. They're automated with voiceovers to explain to you how to make an application and do all the things you need to on the portal side. So lastly, we just the next steps. Ongoing training continues. We've had the initial sessions with obviously fire, building, municipal works, staff that all deal in development applications, and we'll continue to have additional training sessions and kind of lunch and learns, things like that. Website enhancements are ongoing. We do have a continuous feedback loop with obviously the home builders and all the users of the system to make sure that we're making changes that they feel are valuable. The additional features we're just working on now are this live person chat, a development charge calculation and estimation tool, so that it'll calculate automatically and estimate your DCs. It's only good for one day, but you can estimate them that day, and a fast tracking workflow. So those are underway right now. We are also exploring an AI chat function, so it's a bit different than a live person chat. It's an actual AI chat function. So lastly, I just want to thank a couple people, just very quickly. There was a lot of people on this team that have been on since the beginning. Kara Rach, Julie Hanna, Fred Sacco, Kathy Rempel, Suzanne Anderson, and Danielle, and Zahir Abbas. There's a couple that have left the program throughout, but I do want to thank also planning and building staff for, again, doing their work from day to day and still getting this done. I can't thank them enough for what they pulled together, because really it was all staff trying to rush this through, get it done, and make sure it was working and functioning correctly. So I just want to thank them publicly that they did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Just before you run away, so any questions of council? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick questions through the mayor to Ms. Dolch. You said phase 2 is going to be rolled out for the bylaw enforcement part of it. Will that include the vacation rental unit? Will we have more enforcement on vacation rental units because of that?
So it will include, it'll be similar to this, it's the same program, but just definitely vacation rental units are part of that, and the licensing component of vacation rental units will be included in that. In terms of enforcement, whether or not there'll be more or less, I can't really say, but we will have more enforcement abilities because we'll have some time saving elsewhere.
Okay, great. And the last question through the mayor, the report said it would be implemented shortly. What is the time frame on
So
phase
right
2?
now we're working on that. Myself and the GM of Corporate Services are just trying to find the appropriate time frames to start to launch the second phase, because it does take some work and time to do all the workbooks and do all the testing, and we want to make sure it doesn't conflict with the ERP system that's underway as well. So we're just kind of working on timing right now, but stay tuned and I'll let you know the timing as soon as I can.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other questions? So I've got two quick ones as well. One is data migration issues. What does that mean?
So we used to use Land Manager, and what happened, so when we had to move all the data that we had stored in there and there was Amanda, all the old systems, we had to move them over, and what happens is the fields may be a bit different than what CityView has. So when you moved them over, the data may be there, but they may be in wrong fields. So for permitting, for example, it caused some issues on permits that were closed, started to become open permits, and so we had to kind of clean all that up as we're trying to figure out what happened all of a sudden.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other one, live person chat. So basically, like you're phoning to talk to somebody? Is that what that is? Or
No, so a live person chat, so you're online. Again, we can only operate it because it'd be live 8:30 to 4:30 or our office hours. But you had a question, you're on portal, you don't understand something, you can type in and say, I have an issue, this is my issue. And the person will respond.
Oh. Wow.
So it'd be a live person chat. We are looking into the AI chat, which takes a little more work on our end, but it'd be, your standard questions, and the AI would answer those instead of a live person. What would happen is if it was beyond the 4:30 hour, you would still send in your chat, but it would be the next morning at 8:30 somebody would respond. So that's why the AI is a bit nicer, because you can have it 24/7, the basic questions.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So I just want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you. That was hard work. Your team, your half dozen or so people that were directly involved, phenomenal to do this in addition to what you're doing. I know our CAO is implementing a lot of new programs that are going to make us long-term much more efficient, and they're necessary. So I tip my hat to him too, because we know you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And you've been working so hard, your team, and I hope you guys all got out and had a dinner, a celebratory event, or I don't know if you're waiting to have it, but we hope you're going to take the time to thank all those people that were a big part of this, because it's those kind of efforts that show leadership, and those are the efforts that are going to take Niagara Falls into the next century, and not from the 80s where we were. So we're grateful for all the hard work that you did, so thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Thank you. All right, so we already voted on that. So ready, point 2, Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. There's 3 recommendations. 1, that we received the report. 2, that we authorize staff to apply to the fund. And lastly, that we approve the McBain Community Center, Chippewa Willoughby Arena as the places to park the money. Motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Newestag. If there's no discussion to this, we'll call, you had comment, Councillor? Yes? Or question, rather?
Question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who can answer this. It's contingent on financing, but do we know, it talked about the arena being $30 million. Do we know the breakdown of what could possibly be from development charges, OLG, the library money, and what would be city money? $30 million is a lot, and I'd like to sort of know where the pots of money are coming from.
So I don't know, Mr. CAO?
They haven't been fully identified. Development charges has to be incremental for growth. This is mostly a replacement project because we're going same for same. So development charges would be limited. As far as, it would mostly be a debt issuance along with, if there is some upper tier government funding, that would be the other application. But at this point in time, it would be mostly a debt issuance. Once we have the finalized design and what's included in the programming, we'd have a better estimate on what the funding would be.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to confirm, we're receiving the report, we're authorizing to apply, and it's contingent on funding. So if we don't get funding, this isn't going. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, just a couple things. One, we should get a motion to extend the curfew. And then for the next two items, 8.3 and 8.4, we do have delegation requests from Mr. Burdett.
Okay, so motion to extend beyond curfew. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Well done. Okay, so we're on to 8.3, the Santa Claus Parade. So there are two recommendations. One, that council approved the transfer of $15,000 from the downtown BIA levy, unspent levy. And secondly, that we authorize use of downtown assets for the Santa meet and greet. Yes, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. So just before we call the vote, is that when we do the, yep. So we'll call up Mr. Burdett. You wanted to delegate. So if you would come to the mic. You know the exercise, you can introduce yourself and then we'll start the clock. We have 5 minutes.
My name is Jody Burdett. I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. I guess it would appear that my delegation is going to be uncontested. Nobody else is here. In my report, a reference that I make to the BIA is a reference to the former downtown BIA or the former members of the BIA. I absolutely do not agree with recommendation number 1 that funds of the BI levy may be used for the proposed purpose. Recommendation 2 is reasonable within a fashion only so much in that these material items were purchased with the intent and consent that they would be used for the purpose being proposed by the administration. Being a downtown business owner, I have a certain sympathy for the BIA members and the way this administration has treated them. Time and time again, both proponents and opponents of council's involvement in BIA matters have repeatedly stated that there is an extremely high level of animosity between BIA members and the administration.
Sir, are you dealing with the motion for the Santa Claus Parade?
Yes.
Okay, because I haven't heard you talk about the parade yet.
I'm getting there.
Okay, all right. We're 1 minute in, so hopefully we'll get there. You got a little bit of time.
Yet this administration just keeps pressing their buttons. It is the principle of de-escalation unknown to this administration. Here you have a request to use $15,000 of the BIA's money, and by all the evidence presented in the report, with no request being made to or with the consent of any member of the BIA. I am not alleging any criminal act on the part of any party. If I wanted to do that, I would just fill out and submit an online application for an information. What I am doing is voicing my opinion and making recommendations so the council understands the views of all parties involved and then makes their determinations. I don't understand how this administration would continue to aggravate the BIA members who have so clearly stated that they do not want this administration to do anything with the BI levy funds without their consent. Despite all the efforts from both parties to form a committee to do just this, this administration goes and makes a request such as this. As to the report itself, the background of the report reads like there is a historical, established contractual and or moral obligation that some downtown entity must fund the parade. I'm not aware of any contractual or moral obligation that the current BIA levy funds must be used to fund the parade, which leads to the question of why is this administration even asking for the council's approval? Just simply take the funds. It is common knowledge that our system of government attempts to work off the principle of user fees. That being, if you use the service, you are financially obligated to pay for that service, or at least some portion of that service, and that it falls upon the user to decide to use that service. There is also the common principle of apportionment. Those who benefit most from the service should contribute the most, if not all the costs. Who benefits the most from the parade? The question is not who benefits from the parade. The question is who benefits the most. There may be perhaps most 50 BI members that may benefit from the parade, compared to the thousands upon thousands of residents that benefit from the parade. The equation of who pays the user fees for the parade fall entirely upon the residents of Niagara Falls. Those BIA members that do benefit from the parade have already contributed their fees by simply paying their property tax, just like every other resident who benefits from the parade. If the administration has an issue with the costs of the parade, it's not the obligation of the BIA to fund any shortcomings, nor does the administration have the right to use the BIA levy funds without the consent of the individuals who voluntarily funded the levy on the condition that they would have a say to its purpose of use. To my knowledge, no person or committee representing the BIA has consented to the use of those funds to subsidize the cost of the parade.
Can you wrap up, sir? Can we go over 5 minutes?
Do you want me to stop?
Well, I talked for a few minutes, so why don't you take another 15 seconds and just wrap it up.
I'm done then.
You're done? Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to ask our CAO is maybe just see if he had any comment to Mr. Burdett's discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to correct a few things, there is no BIA members to discuss to because there is no BIA anymore. So there cannot be a discussion with an organization that doesn't exist. There was, in the last 2 years of the BIA did run the Santa Claus Parade and contributed funds to that internally from their assessment. Lastly, the issue about contributions and stuff, most BIA members are in favor of flowers. So who benefits from flowers? Do the BIA members benefit from flowers, or the people that walk through the downtown benefit from flowers? So to try to make an attribution argument on the benefit of something that, draws hundreds, if not thousands of people to the downtown where businesses can be exposed to it. The reason it's before council is this council has the legal obligation over the funds and to disperse the funds for the benefit of the downtown. So this council and staff have made decisions such as flowers, which was a repeat of what the BIA did. And this is yet another repeat of what the BIA did. So that's why the authoritative response here is with this council and the decision to say, does it make sense to have an event where hundreds, if not thousands of people come down to the downtown to spend money on businesses and to enjoy what the downtown has to offer and expose the downtown to those individuals. So that's where the authority rests. There is no body to consult with. This council has the authority to spend, frankly, over $100 million worth of taxpayers' dollars, and this is a rather small fund, but the authority rests with you to make that decision. So that would be my comment, and that's why it's before you, because staff does not have the authority to spend that fund because it has not been directed by council on those funds because those are restricted funds for the downtown, and council has the authority at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Any other questions of council? Yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
Through you to Mr. Burdett. Mr. Burdett, which business downtown do you own?
Niagara Tinting.
And that's on Queen Street?
That's on Bridge Street.
Okay. Does that fall into the BIA's
I don't actually know.
Jurisdiction? It doesn't.
I just want to clarify.
There is no BIA, but under the traditional boundaries of the BIA, it would not fall under the boundaries of the BIA.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay, with one opposed. All right, we're moving along to 8.4, proposed vacant building registry. Oops. So I've got, give me 1 second here, I got two, came up, 22nd. There we go. So we got 3 recommendations. 1, that council approve the vacant building bylaw registry. 2, council authorize staff to prepare and implementing vacant building registry. And number 3, the council authorize staff to update the schedule of fees to include the vacant building registry as identified. Motion by Councillor Patel, yes, and you can speak to it, and second by Councillor Baldinelli. Yes, so we'll go to you, Councillor Patel.
I actually want to thank everybody who was involved in writing this report. It's an amazing report, especially your Municipal Bylaw General Manager, Gerald, and Nidhi. Sorry, I got maintained them out. It's an amazing report, and I think the vacant building registry, what it does is makes owners police their own properties. That's because it's a proactive approach, it's not a reactive approach, because usually bylaw gets, it's a complaint-based system we have, so bylaw sometimes gets called in the same property maybe 4 times a month. This way, owners are responsible to check on the property every month, so I really like this approach, and it covers quite a bit of cost for the city too. And if they don't want to pay the registry fee for 1 year or 2nd year, they can sell the property or maybe rent it out. So I think it actually encourages people to repurpose the properties too. So I really like the report, and I will move the motion to accept the report. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And we've got Councillor Newestay and then Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, as well as Councillor Patel, really applaud our bylaw officer for writing this report. How often do we go into other cities and we see boarded up buildings? And when we see those boarded up buildings, it speaks to, first of all, you start locking your doors because you're a little scared. Then you think, what kind of community is this that they allow this to happen? And really what it is landowners or owners have responsibility, and they've basically defaulted on their responsibility, and it almost gives an impression that they don't care, and if they don't care, then who else should care? Exactly. When we think about graffiti as well, there are studies that show as soon as you put some graffiti up, you have to take it down right away because it just attracts others. So I think this is a fantastic proactive approach to this. We're seeing an increase, I think you're seeing an increase across the country of vacant buildings for whatever reason. It provides the control, the city has control of knowing where these vacant buildings are. It helps firefighters so they are not going into buildings, they understand that these are vacant buildings, so they're not running in thinking they have to save people's lives. So I think it's really a great step. I do have the second question to that, and maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch, because you're in charge of that property standards piece. Where do we go when so we've gone this far to have these buildings but when we have these boarded up buildings and now we have we know where they are and we know who owns them, but what's the next step to them? Like, is there any laws that make these landlords do something with these buildings? I think.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. I do first want to see if Gerald is on the line, because I know he's been waiting patiently, and I hate to take his...
yeah, there he is up there.
I hate to take his questions.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and I just wanted to say it's great to have you back, Councillor Dabrowski, so glad you're back. In terms of the question, yes, there is provisions under Section 15 of our property standards bylaw that do speak to a person boarding up that property for the purposes of keeping it safe. And I can speak to the fact that when I'm working with the chief building official currently, in terms of some of these properties that have had outstanding permits, they're reviewing the permits to see whether or not there's been any actions on those permits. And where there's been no action, Councillor, they're looking at revoking those permits. So that's something we've been doing more recently with some of the properties throughout the city. So if there's been a property that has a permit, there's been no activity on that permit, the CBO has been looking at those properties and revoking the permits if there's been no action. And therefore, then we can issue property standards orders under our property standards bylaw in Section 15 of the building code. Does that answer your question?
Not really. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we have a boarded up building and they haven't asked for a permit, it's just a boarded up building, what happens to it? Do we have to just keep it? Are there any standards where we can go in and say these buildings have to be demolished because they're... Go ahead.
So in terms of demolished, there would have to be a structural inadequacy in the building in order for the building department to demo the building. So under our property standards bylaw, the provision is that they have to secure the building to prohibit any occupancy of displaced people, etc. So to answer your question, no, there's nothing in the property standards bylaw that speaks to it, provided that the building is secured. Now, there is provisions under the building code to see whether or not the building is structurally adequate. So that would be up to the building department, the CBO, and the building inspector to conduct an inspection of the building. So if there is structural inadequacies in the building, then yet they can request an engineer's report and or advise the person that they have to apply for a demo permit. So there is provisions in the building code that do speak to that, Councillor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other, yes, Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the whole purpose of the vacant building registry, but there's a few things in here I have some concerns about. So, for example, the description says where one or more of electricity, gas, or water utilities have been discontinued. And the other part is posting a sign on the building which has the person's contact name and phone number. So if I disconnect water, hydro, or gas, and the property is immaculate, everything's taken care of, but because water, gas, or hydro is disconnected, where the owner would have to put a sign up with my name and my phone number. To me, that's alerting people that there's an issue at that property. It can look great. It's just for whatever reason, maybe I'm in the middle of fixing it or selling it, but because one of those utilities are disconnected, now I have a sign on my property saying, hey, there's something wrong, and now anybody can look at my name and phone number, and I think that's going to provide some more issues. I think there's privacy issues, and I think that there might be issues with it drawing more attention. I was wondering if staff had any comments on that.
Yeah, Gerald, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I might want to speak to Needy in terms of the legalities of it, but I can suggest to you that if the bank does take over a property, they do post the name, the number, and the address of the individual to contact. So that's not something outside the norm in terms of what a person would or wouldn't do, and that happens currently now. So sometimes if a building has been taken over by a specific lot maintenance company or whatever the case might be, they do post a number on the front of the door, so if there's a concern with that property, you can contact that person. I don't believe there's anything in terms of stepping outside the scope of legalities for a person to do that. Now, I can defer that to any legal aspects of it.
It's also 120 days.
Yep.
That's it.
Ms. Pignardi?
Thank you. Through the chair, the system of registration would be no different from the existing system that we currently have for building code orders and fire orders. So the municipality will keep a record of all the offending buildings or the buildings that require a license or are subject to orders. It is not necessarily publicly available unless it is in prosecution for the particular item, but perhaps the fire chief can comment further.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. With respect to building code orders and fire code orders and even public health inspection orders, the building will have an order posted on the front of the building in a conspicuous location to identify that there are certain issues with that building, whether it's building code, property standards, or in fire. So placing names on buildings that don't comply to a certain act or piece of legislation is something that is prescriptive in the legislation that we have to post. So this would be similar in violation of this bylaw than many of the other orders and acts that we're currently using provincially in terms of putting contact information and names on the front of the building.
Okay, thank you.
And our CEO is also going to weigh in, and then our planner is going to.
Yeah, and just for your concern, Councillor, if you register the building, right, it's in the registry, so there's not the post at that point in time. There's also a 120-day period. So if you're renovating and you turn off the gas, but you're actively renovating the building and it's not vacant for more than 120 days, it doesn't fall into into this bylaw. So there's a 4 month, I'm getting that right, it's 4 months or 120 days consecutive period. So, and the reason, and if on the conditions for that, it's one or more of those conditions and it's deemed by the director of bylaw. So, if you're just doing a renovation and you turn it off and it's really not a vacant building, you're not going to fall into that trap. the reason we have all those conditions there is so that, you know, we can manage it. If it is truly a vacant building because it has one or more of those features, it's a vacant building. If they haven't registered it, then, you know, they'll post on it. If they register it and are in compliance with the bylaw, you know, that information will be kept by the city, and that way we can manage it, because one of the issues we have is we have trouble tracking down owners sometimes on who's actually responsible to do, you know, if there was a break-in, if there was something, we have that. The other part of the bylaw with the cost is we'll have officers, whether they're fire officers or bylaw officers, routinely check on the building. And again, if they see a compliance issue, because it happens all the time, building is secured one day and then it's unsecured another day, people have broken into it, and we need to know who to contact and go from there. Or if a neighbor sees it, again, the neighbor can you know, have that contact person also. So I don't want the people in the city to think, oh, you know, I go away for 3 weeks and I got to register and it's going to cause problems. That's not the intent of the legislation. It's why it's been there. So I just don't want any misunderstanding on that.
And then lastly, we've got Ms. Dolch, who's going to jump in too.
And thank you, Your Worship. I'll be really quick. And I did just want to mention, really the notice on the property is something the owner posts. And what they put is a contact name and number. So it's who they choose. It might be a property management company. It might be somebody else. It might not be the owner in particular. So they're you know, when they apply for the register, they understand that obviously they're going to have to post something, and they'll choose accordingly who they want to put that, what information they want to put on.
Okay, thank you. You covered a couple of the other concerns that I had, was that the city already has that information on file about who owns it. So I don't really see the point of putting it out on the front of the building. Will we be sending letters to the 114, or are they just automatically going to be in contravention of the new bylaw?
No, like.
Yep. Go ahead, Joe.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, no, we'll be sending letters to each and every person that we identified on the vacant building registry bylaw. We'll also be posting it in the media to apprise people that this is coming, and that the people that were identified will be receiving those letters.
Thank you. I'd like to put a motion forward to waive the 5 minutes. These are really important questions. I think it's important for this bylaw. I'd like to put a motion forward.
So how does this work, Mr. Clerk? So do we don't have do we have a motion right now on the floor, or do we, because we're discussing this, did we not put a motion?
Yeah, there is a motion on the floor. We're currently in discussion. Council can choose to waive the procedural bylaw for the 5-minute discussion.
So you can have two motions on the floor?
It would need, in this case, I would say yes, it would need 2/3 majority.
Okay, so you're making the motion, Councillor?
Yes, I have some questions. I'm not making comments. I'm asking questions.
Okay, and I'm assuming you didn't ask these already?
Not these ones, no.
Okay, do we have a seconder to extend, how much time do you need to extend it by?
I only need not even a couple of minutes. It's how long staff take to answer the questions.
Okay, yeah, well, we did have 4 people answer your questions, so it did eat into the time a little bit. Okay, so we had a motion by Councillor Patel, or second by Councillor Patel. So we've got the motion to, hopefully within 5 minutes we can wrap it up. All those in favor? Okay, all right, that approves.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know it talked about social media, about making people aware. How are we going to make people aware so they're not caught in this, that they get, they're in contravention? I think there needs to be a bigger campaign. Can we put it on water bills and tax bills? I don't know what to do, but will there be a public meeting for the bylaw? Will it be a public meeting that the public can be notified, that they can make comments? We can pass anything, but not everybody's going to know about it.
We'll get our CAO to weigh in on this.
Yeah, the purpose of this report is to bring a bylaw back. So there's public notice on the bylaw back. We'll do our own social media. We'll do media with, you know, our fourth estate there, and getting it into property tax bills. You know, that might be a bit more challenging. We'll see what other measures we can do. At the end of the day, bylaw has always done an education approach first. So part of it is contacting those individuals, and when they contact them, you know, they may say, no, it's not vacant, this is the issue, you may think it's vacant, but here it is. So, you know, we'll specifically contact those properties at first, and those are the ones that are most exposed. And, you know, the other ones we'll notify during regular processes as best we can.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. Councillor Newestig brought up about property standards. What would not be covered under property standards, other than having a registry and monitoring it? What would not be covered under property standards that we would need this, other than the registry?
I'll start it, Gerald can, there's other safety concerns. So normally property standards is there's someone living at the property, you can inform that person. But there's other issues. I think the report highlights the frequency of fires in vacant buildings is much higher than a non-vacant building. So when there's a registry and fire's responding to a vacant building, they kind of understand that. And when it's a vacant building and our bylaw officers understand it's known vacant building and they see something like, you know, something ajar or whatever, you know, it heightens their risk and they may take different procedures on that. So that's really the difference, is vacant buildings have a higher rate of incident issues and a higher risk issue for staff dealing with vacant buildings. So that was why having that knowledge is important. And you can't get that from a property standards item, because you don't have that risk alert to it and you don't have the right to inspect those items. So I think that would be the key items, and I'll ask Mr. Spencer if I missed anything.
Gerald?
No, that sums it up, Jason, but I can suggest that since 2021, there's been approximately $3 million worth of property damage as a result of buildings being vacant. So the fire department has logged that disproportionately there's been fires at vacant buildings in the sum of more than $3 million since 2021. So apart from that, Jason, I think you touched on everything that I probably would have said anyhow, in terms of property standards as opposed to the vacant building registry bylaw.
Yeah, and for residential, you can't even get insurance if your house is vacant. So, because of the risk. Yeah.
So how are people expected to get a $2 million commercial liability if they can't get it on an empty building?
Insurance companies will require you to have an active property manager, the security systems, and an active role. So you could have, but if you have none of those items there, that's when the insurance will say, if you're not, because as an insured property owner, you have to take reasonable standards to safeguard your asset. And so if you actually register with us and you take those steps, it actually helps you get the insurance, because you can prove to the insurance company you've done everything appropriately. The city's aware of the vacant building status, and it actually provides support for you on an insurance item more than not having it registered.
Ms. Pinardi too, you want to weigh? You good? Okay.
And just one final one. So it's not necessarily that the vacant building is the problem. It's the problem that we can't contact the owner in order for them to adhere to being on a registry or the property standards. Because a vacant building, yes, I understand, will be vandalized and fire, but the issue just came up that we can't contact them. So it's going to be the same whether it's on the registry or not.
Correct. Yeah, like I think that issue is there, but we can deal with it much better if we know it, and we would increase our inspections on it, right? So, it protects the safeguard. So, the challenge today is, you might have some owner from Toronto, it's listed as a numbered company. Gerald's got to do kind of corporate searches when you have an issue to find it out, and then they'll say, well, actually, it's a management company over here that's running it. Go deal with them. If you have all that information, you can rectify issues much quicker. So, if a fire prevention officer runs by it, sees that there's an issue, it's in the data system, he can get issues addressed much quicker, and that's one of the advantages of a vacant building registry. And we have an obligation, because we collect money on it, to do some active management on the properties, and so it's the active management of those properties. So what we're saying is, yes, as an owner, you have active management, but as a city, you're paying us for this, and will take some due diligence also for the for the vacant building registry to reduce the risk for the neighbors around the vacant building.
So it only works if the vacant building owner registers on the registry, because if there's a vacant building now that we're going to send those 114 letters out, if they don't respond to them, you're going to do the same processes as you would with property standards or charge them through this, correct?
But once we charge them through this, then that opens up more things than just a building registry, like just a building registry, and it allows them a tool once they've been addressed, or once the issue's been addressed with them, to come into compliance by registering the property and then having that proactive management.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're ready to call the vote on that. All those in favor? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, before we do have a delegation, Mr. Burdette. If you'd like to come forward and, again, state your name, your address, and then we'll start the clock.
My name is Jody Burdette, and I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. I agree with the bylaw. Reading it over, I perceived 3 issues that I believe are going to cause some unanticipated negative results. Sections 3F, the application referred to as a statutory right under Section 357 of the Municipal Act. The administration is proposing to use information that must be disclosed to the municipality for a purpose other than what it was provided for. The information from these applications also goes to the ARB on appeal and can sometimes involve confidentiality determinations. The question arises, has the administration thoroughly thought out the consequences of using a statutory disclosure for purposes other than what they were meant for? Section 11, 2 issues. Firstly, where does the authority to mandate commercial insurance coverage come from? Is this going to present a liability cost upon someone challenging this requirement? Secondly, there appears to be an absurdity within the provision by using the words cannot comply. I would suspect that a property could have more than one insurance policy associated with it. Why would a property with residential insurance company coverage, for example, also be mandated to require commercial insurance coverage, as this would be the case given the use of the words cannot comply? Section 16, the costs described in this provision are mandatory via the word shall, but does not provide an exemption for vindicated owners who were wrongly alleged to have violated the bylaw in the first place. The administration could, for any reason, whether that reason is legitimate or fraudulent, perform an inspection, and it would be mandated to bill the owner of the property even if the inspection demonstrated existing compliance with the bylaw. The bylaw was not meant to punish owners who are in compliance with it. It is my recommendation that these matters be reviewed and or corrected prior to the bylaw's passing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, folks, again, we've got the motion. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Thank you for that. We're now on to the consent agenda. Okay, we've got Councillor Lococo. You want to pull one out?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 9.1 intersection.
Okay, so are we making a motion?
I have some questions.
Okay, so I need a motion before we're going to discuss it. So who'd like to make the motion? It's regarding intersection control on Ontario Street at Hero. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Okay, so before we call the vote now, we have discussion. So
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
What will this intersection look like when the 393-room hotel and the attraction is going to be at the end of this street? In their report, their traffic report, I guess it's coming to the next meeting. In their report, it says that there's going to be queuing concerns. So right now, we're approving to do this, but what is it going to look like when this is in place?
So now, is this Mr. Nickel or is this Ms. Dolch? Yes, I think it is. We're talking about the ice hotel?
Correct, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The application for the ICE hotel will include the traffic impact study. I don't have the information in front of me what that would look like, but if there are any modifications, then the developer will be required to do those modifications. I'm not aware that there's any modifications required as part of the application at this time, though.
Okay, thank you. In their traffic report, they said there would be queuing concerns, so I'm wondering how this is going to affect that four-way stop. That's why I was bringing it up.
In which traffic report?
The traffic report that's on the portal, the Dropbox for the planning matter, their traffic report says that there's going to be queuing concerns. We don't have it in front of us. A resident called me with it. They
Okay,
They
but
read
Ms.
through the
Dolch
report.
is aware.
Thank you, and I'm not fully aware, no, but the report is coming forward for November 12th, so it is something we'll address. I haven't yet read the report, it's just to me now, so unfortunately I don't have the answer for you today, but we can definitely have further conversations if that's your concern.
Okay, as long as we can have further conversations that what this development will do for that four-way stop.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or discussion? Okay. Yes, Councillor. Pardon me? Yeah, we already had the motion. We got to call the vote.
That's right.
Yep, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. And then is there how many more? Is there just two more? There's only one other one. And the other one, or wait a minute. Yes. Where am I? Yeah, 9.2. Are you making the motion, Councillor Pietrangelo? So the second quarter water wastewater fund budget to actual. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. There's no discussion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. 10, communications and comments. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Strange that we approve both 10.1 and 10.2. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And just quickly, we just approved 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And also, we proclaimed Talk to a Stranger Week, November. Yeah, not to Mike Strange, but to a stranger. So we approved both of those. Now we're at communications and comments. There's nothing in 11. Okay. And then we're at communications and comments of the city clerk, section 12. Yes, Councillor, so I'm going to have to get a motion to put this on.
I think there was just a motion over there.
I'm sorry?
Was there a motion over there?
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, okay, 12, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, regarding the Shepherd's Heart Food Bank. You want to speak to it, Councillor Lococo?
I was just wondering where we are on the fees for service and the granting program. Are we going to decide on that part of it before it comes to the budget, or when they all come to the budget, are we deciding at that point?
Okay.
I thought something was coming sooner.
Yeah, we'll get our CAO to weigh in.
Yeah, staff's been a little negligent on that file, bringing a report back to council. Council had the education session. I think the options are known, so that report was deferred by council. So we can bring that report back to see how council wants to do grants in the future. And so that will have to come prior to the budget process.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimous, Mr. Clerk. And then 12.2, downtown committee appointments. So I'll pass the floor over to our clerk, Mr. Matson.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Council had received all the applications for the downtown committee, and voting has taken place. No one has been appointed as of yet, but I can announce the results of that voting. Just a reminder that the terms of reference for the committee suggested that there be a maximum of 9 members of the public, excluding the mayor. And after the vote, and a member of council, yes. After the vote, we have 8 members clearly identified through the vote, and then a 3-way tie for 9th. It might be the will of council as to how many are approved, but staff would remind them again of the terms of reference for up to a maximum of 9. May suggest just appointing the top 8. Unless I get further direction from council, I will just read off the top 8. That being Josh Pereira, Poria, Sanji, and I apologize if I'm
Sadegi.
mispronouncing, Sandagi, thank you. Kelly Crosley, Eddie Pybus, Gus Elenas, Victoria Martin, Ronald Charbonneau, and Delise Faith. And those are the results of the votes.
Okay. Do we need a motion to approve the votes, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, we could get a motion from council to appoint those 8 members.
Okay, we've got a motion from Councillor Dabrowski and seconded by Councillor Newestag. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And yes, Mr. Councillor?
Yes, certainly. I was just going to mention that. We could add that as a friendly amendment to that motion if the mover and seconder agree to destroy those ballots. And then lastly, maybe as a second motion, council may want to at this time consider who the councillor appointee may be for that committee.
Okay. Yes, Councillor?
Can I fix someone?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion. Microphone, please, Councilor. Sorry, for Councilor Patel to be on.
Okay. Motion for Councillor Patel and to be the council appointee and destroying of the ballots as well. Councillor Strange?
Yeah.
And, yeah, okay, and Councillor? Yep. Okay, got it. Yes, Councillor?
Just a question, the motion, like a lot of times, don't we have the ballots on file in the clerk's department? I'm just wondering what, like, we destroy them when I think we're voting on each other, but do we destroy them when we're voting on public members?
Mr. Clerk?
That's always what I thought we usually did in the past.
If recollection serves me correct, it's been done both ways. The results of the vote will remain a public document, but if council wishes, they do have that prerogative to have the ballots destroyed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's what I was going to bring up about the destroying of the ballots. In this term, the ballots are all there. So I was wondering if we could break up the two, one destroy ballots and one to appoint Councillor Patel.
Yep, we can split them.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll call the first vote. The first vote is to appoint Councillor Patel as a council rep. We already had the vote, the motion, sorry. So all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. And secondly, we'll call the motion to destroy the ballots. So we've already had the motion seconded. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, with 2 opposed, 3 opposed.
And who's in third?
Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Patel, and Councillor Lococo. Okay, so we are moving along to the ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. Council met earlier this evening in camera. A number of items that were discussed were just direction to staff or updates for staff. There was also an education session held on the procedural bylaw. So the only thing that needs to be ratified is that council directs staff to enter into discussions with Niagara-on-the-Lake Community Palliative Care Service and Hospice Niagara for the purpose of submitting a revised expression of interest to Ontario Health for the development of a hospice in Niagara Falls.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo.
I'll move the motion, Your Worship, and then I'll speak to it after.
Okay, motion to ratify the in-camera, seconded by Councillor Newestag. You'd like to speak to it?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to say, same comments almost as before, in the sense that I think we're in a very fortunate position. First of all, we have a CAO who's been through this process before. He was a campaign chair for a local hospice, I think the one in St. Catharines. We're very lucky to have his guidance, Your Worship. And secondly, what an opportunity that the province has just put out an expression of interest, and that they're looking at providing 80 beds across the province of Ontario. Your Worship, I think that, we're in a position that if we have a strong application, that hopefully we're going to be able to land 10 of those beds. And that's what I think our focus should be. So all eyes are on the expression of interest, Your Worship, and hopefully we get some good news soon.
Amen. Any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And now we go to notices of motion. Councillor Lococo You have 14.1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do I read this? I'm sorry, I can't remember the
Yes,
process.
yeah.
Can I just read the end where therefore it be resolved?
Mr. Clerk? Yeah.
Therefore be it resolved that to reflect the escalated costs of service delivery, infrastructure, and inflation, the province, at a minimum, increase the heads and beds levy for the municipalities with post-secondary institutions, hospitals, and correctional facilities to $165 a bed, and annualize this levy to ensure it keeps pace with the ongoing costs. And then I have a list of who to copy it to. I would like to add MP P. Wayne Gates to that as well. I missed including him.
And you should update to Jill Dunlop is no longer the Minister of Colleges and Universities.
Okay.
She is now Education.
Whose colleges and universities?
It's a new minister.
I'll find it, that's fine. I
Yeah.
just thought you know. Okay, I'll update that. So I'll speak to that at the next meeting. And then I had some new business. Do you want me to talk about it now?
Of what's that? New business?
New business. It's slash.
Where are we? Yes. Yeah, you might as well. You're up.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering, I brought this up before and residents are contacting me again. Is there a way that on the screen that we can type what item number we're talking about?
Say that again. Say that again.
When the video comes up for this meeting, is there a way that somehow it can be typed 8.1, what we're talking about at that moment?
Oh, you mean for people watching?
For the,
at
yeah,
home?
on the Zoom or the video, YouTube or whatever. Is there a way to do that?
Maybe we could ask who would know that. Mr.
I'm gonna start and I'll pass it over to Shelley. We're using a lot of bubble gum and duct tape with our systems. We are looking at, and it's in the capital plan, we don't know if it'll be presented at budget, but we were looking at a more modern system for council system. It's something that may come through the budget process, but everything we do, timer, all this stuff, it's all add-ons, and that's why we have manual intervention. So we can take a look at it, but it's more manual intervention, and so it's not as foolproof. But I'll pass it over to the General Manager of Corporate Services.
Thank you, through the Mayor, and also we'll engage our partner for live streaming as well and see what opportunities present themselves. We'll take that back and follow up with you.
Great, thank you. The second thing I had is more of a question. The province wants municipalities to get approval for adding bike lanes, and I just wanted to ask maybe our Director of Municipal Works. My understanding is that we only need to get approval if we're taking away a lane of traffic. Is that correct? Will that really affect us? We're not Toronto, and
No, and I don't know who would answer that, Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The details are scarce from the province right now, but as I read it, that any proposals to remove through traffic lanes and install bike lanes would need prior approval from the province and a business case submitted to the province for that. We aren't proposing any right now. We're in the midst of our transportation master plan and active transportation master plan. If there are any active transportation improvements at all proposed, they will have a justification and business case. We don't know that there are any proposed that are going to take away live traffic lanes, likely not. But if there are, they'll have a very strong justification through all the modeling and the planning that we're doing right now. And it's a public process, so there'll be an opportunity for the public to comment on any and all those recommendations. You can find those details on our Let's Talk Active Transportation Master Plan page right now.
great, thank you. And the last thing, I was speaking to the CAO about this. The federal government in January of 2024 is giving money to cities to host asylum seekers in the housing, and we have a lot of asylum seekers here and we're not getting any money for that. So the CAO suggested that I put a motion forward to ask the mayor to raise this with the federal government in the region, because we have so many asylum seekers and refugees here in our hotels. We're not really getting any money, and I think we should be. So I'd like to put that motion forward if that would.
Okay, so is that a motion or notice, or how are you asking for?
Because at times you've got to suspend the rule.
So why don't you wrap it into one? So you're asking for leave of notice of motion, procedural bylaw, and the motion that you just said, right? Okay, and then, so that's your motion?
Yes.
And then do we have a seconder to ask the federal government for some money to help pay for the asylum seekers? Councillor Campbell? Pardon me? The motion was asking the federal government's going to be giving money to municipalities that have been dealing with asylum seekers. and she's asking that we could participate in some of the funds. Now, although we're two-tier, and most of the money would go to the region because they provide all the social services, but there may be some for us in the municipality too, so I don't see any downside to.
And I apologize for bringing this up. The CAO and I just came up with this while we were here in this meeting.
Yeah, so it's timely, so that's why we have to kind of deal with it now since it's coming forward. So that is the motion. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
Great, thank you very much.
And Councillor, the minister is Nolan Quinn with 2 N's. Nolan Quinn. Okay. No, Quinn with 2. And then, whatever, I'm just making sure. I don't know. Okay, next notice of motion is Councillor Patel.
Read this.
Okay.
Whereas data shows Niagara Falls has highest per capita food bank usage in province, with 1 in 7 Niagara Falls residents using food bank. Whereas the need for Niagara Falls emergency food program has grown alarmingly during the past year. Whereas according to Daily Bread's annual report, Who is Hungry survey, 2/3 of clients reported having to miss a meal to pay for another expenses. Close to half of these respondents had to skip a meal to afford transportation. Whereas they can't buy $6 per round trip for a bus ticket. Whereas the money should be used to purchase food and necessities, not bus tickets. Therefore, be it resolved that staff engage with Niagara Regional Transit for the purpose of accomplishing the following: ensure access to free or affordable transportation by providing reduced rates and enhancing accessibility, which is critical for individuals utilizing essential services, including but not limited to food banks in Niagara Falls. Number 2, see to that services are affordable, reliable, and accessible, potentially accomplished by expanding the transfer time fare window from 2 hours to 3 hours. This would help households reach food programs without paying for 2 separate trips. Additionally, exploring a pilot project that offers zero-cost bus access could enable many individuals to not only reach the food bank but also return home with the food they receive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we need anything else on notices, Mr. Clerk? Oh yeah, any other new business? Yes, Councillor Newestag? Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't have it written, but I'd like to add a notice of motion. We've been hearing a lot about doctor recruitment because there's such a shortage, and what we're seeing in our region is every different municipalities upping the other one, trying to get a doctor or to recruit doctors for that municipality. I'd like to put a motion that we instruct maybe our CEO to work with the other municipalities to come up with a clever and creative collaborative approach to it, instead of just, well, it does 50 or we do 75, and look at things that are a different way of attracting. Maybe we go out ahead of time, meet them at the universities a few years before they graduate to start to invite them to our area. Maybe there's a debt helping them to finance part of their debt. Maybe there's helping them to set up their practice. Maybe there's creative ways rather than just handing money over to them. And I don't know how that would work, but I'd like to see if we can have our CEO meet with the other CEOs and figure out, instead of competing with one another, work together and then get people to come to the Niagara region. It doesn't matter. We go between cities all the time, so whatever we can do to get the doctors here. We heard earlier this evening about the WHO wanting to have, and that's part of it as well, is so that seniors have access to doctors as well as everybody else. So I think it's something that we need to look at collaboratively and creatively. So that's my notice.
Mr. CEO, you heard that? It's just a notice, but okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Just a reminder that we still need that in writing.
Yeah. And it's usually supposed to be in when, Mr. Clerk? Just so, because we're going through procedure bylaw, not targeting it.
We'll just use me today.
As the name of it would suggest, notice of motion, it's to provide notice, so we should have it in time for putting out the agenda.
Okay, good, thank you, we got it. Okay, and now we go to, is there any other new business? Oh yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I was going to bring up the issue of bike lanes as well. I spoke to one of the reporters from the Niagara Dailies today who wanted to know whether or not it was going to affect our city. The only project I think that we have on the go right now would be Drummond Road, where we're actually adding bike lanes. So we've gone from 5 Corners south, and we're getting closer to Morrison Street. I think we stopped right now at the train track. But that project is going to be extended all the way to Morrison Street, and we're still going to add in our bike lane there. And I just wanted to verify with Mr. Nicol that that was the case. I read the legislation the exact same way, Your Worship, is that it was only when municipalities were going to be reducing lanes of traffic that they would need the provincial approval. And in our situation, I mean, we're still in the infancy stage, in my opinion, of adding bike lanes. We need to add more of them because we want active transportation corridors. So I just want to confirm that we're not going to be derailing our bike lanes.
Mr. Nicol.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, we have no plans to reduce lanes of traffic for bike lanes on Portage or Drummond in those future phases of those projects.
Okay. And Your Worship, the other issue I just wanted to talk about, I know there was an article in the paper recently. It talked about expanding gaming in Niagara Falls. It called it Vegas of the North. I think, Your Worship, from what I've heard anyway, it's not just specific to gaming. It's part of an overall master plan known as Destination Niagara, and it has a whole number of factors included in it. I mean, it's the expansion of the highway, it's the expansion of our local airport, it's the vehicular transportation system, otherwise known as the people mover system. It's the expansion of gaming, it's the expansion of tourism. So the thought was to make, Niagara, or this side of perhaps the Welland Canal, where all the tourism is based, a destination, and that's why I think the title of it is Destination Niagara. And how nice would it be to actually, get on a plane from here and actually go to Florida, and vice versa, have all those planes flying in here to Niagara. So I think it's part of a bigger overall strategy. I didn't really want to focus on the gaming, but since the article did mention the gaming, I did want to bring up the fact that right now we do have a municipal agreement with the OLG where Niagara Falls does receive funds for hosting gaming opportunities such as the 2 casinos that we have. We have the 5 pillars that the money goes into, the policing, the social services, economic development. We provide tax relief, and then the last one, Your Worship, which is the bulk of it, is infrastructure, and that helps with our infrastructure gap. And we've heard a lot about that in terms of our asset management plan. The only reason I bring it up, Your Worship, is because we're not really part of the conversations with the province at this point, and I don't know if we're going to be. I would imagine that it's yourself and our CAO and perhaps someone else from our staff that are. But I hope that when you get into those discussions that you don't, and I know you're not going to, but that Niagara Falls is still at the forefront and receiving an extension of the municipal agreements that we have. I think it would be wonderful to, receive more money for hosting gaming opportunities, and to put more money into infrastructure, to put more money into beautification, to put more money just into amenities in general for the people that live here, and also tax relief, Your Worship. So I hope that those are part of the discussions. I'm not part of them, but I make the comment because that's my hope.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Councillor. Is there any other new business? All right, seeing none. Spooky words, Councillor Dabrowski, did you not want, was there anything spooky words you needed to say?
No, I think you covered it in your mayor's remarks at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
18 hours ago. But Niagara Falls.ca/spooky awards. The interactive map is live, so residents can go on the website, view the map, trip around the city, have a great time, load up the kids, grandparents, even if you're by yourself or if you're a couple without children, grab a Tim Hortons, travel around the city. It's a great event.
Great, thank you for that. And then second last part of the agenda is I have a motion, and I'll run through it quickly. I'll just do similar to what Councillor Lococo did. I'll just jump down to therefore be it resolved. I'm sure everybody already read this. An identified plan. So for the impacts of the budget to 2025, staff come back with options to identify a plan with an established budget that outlines schedule of service for the arterial road intersections year-round, that the plan be carried out by City of Niagara Falls labor force, that the plan take into account input and a potential cost-sharing partnership with the region of Niagara, that the maintenance schedule, including spraying, trimming, and other means deemed necessary for a fulsome maintenance program, that the plan identify a consistent target level of service for roadside maintenance on urban, commercial corridors at both the city and regional level, and that it take into account resource challenges faced by the city's municipal works division to meet this target, and to increase the service level on regional roads to match the target level of municipal service. And of course, we're talking about the weeds and the grasses growing on the boulevards and the islands. So, pardon me? Well, maybe it's better if someone else does. If you motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And the bylaws, Councillor Pietrangelo. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. And before we call the vote, discussion, Councillor Lococo.
Not discussion, I'm opposed to 2024-100 and 2024-101. I was opposed to St. Paul development.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we've got those, Mr. Clerk. Any other issues with the bylaws? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And motion for adjournment, Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Unanimous.
Made it.
You made it.
I made it.
18 hours later, you made it. 18 hours.